Chapter 7:15. This path was incomparably clear. It was filled with golden fog and extended all the way from a distant place. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They didn't expect that the incomplete reincarnation platform would trigger such a terrifying change. It seems that my guess was right. These are the coordinates left behind by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Guchanga's eyes flashed with a strange look. His mind raced, but he wasn't surprised. He had guessed that someone had left behind a backup plan in the Ean sky. After thinking about it, the only possibility left was the Samsara ancient heavenly venerate. Back then, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara must have come to the Ean sky. Otherwise, Janan and the others wouldn't have searched everywhere for the descendant of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara to help him build the reincarnation platform. Now, it seemed that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had planned it all out. He had left his coordinates on the reincarnation platform in order to descend here one day. As for his purpose, in Guchanga's opinion, it was very likely that it was related to the origin ancestral artifact of the Ean sky. Speaking of which, the true descendant of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had been killed by him. The many inheritances left behind by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had fallen into his hands. If the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara really appeared, it was hard to say whether he would be an enemy or a friend. What's going on? The reincarnation platform hasn't been completed yet. Why is it suddenly like this? Is someone going to descend? The golden path to heaven pierced through the dark Ean sky of absolute darkness and extended all of a sudden. This made many Ean sky creatures widen their eyes in shock. This path. Isn't this the path we want to illuminate? Who is this to descend? Could it be that we have all been deceived? At this moment, the ancient ancestors also reacted, and their expressions were incomparably ugly. The reincarnation platform was used to help them illuminate that mysterious and strange place. However, it had been ignited in advance and turned into a lighthouse to guide someone to the coordinates of this realm. They wouldn't believe that there was no problem here. After all, the reincarnation platform hadn't been completed yet. It was only a prototype and couldn't reach the level they wanted at all. Could it be this Junior Gu's doing? An ancient ancestor glared at Guchanga, his voice cold. Although 2 ancient ancestors had died at Guchanga's hands, the existence of the ancestral well allowed them to reconstruct their bodies. Therefore, they had not yet developed any thoughts of extreme danger in their hearts. It's not him. It might be something left behind by the reincarnation ancient celestial. Another ancient ancestor spoke, his tone confident, not doubting him at all. In fact, the other ancestors also reacted at this time. It was the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign who had left them the method to forge the Samsara platform. Then he told them that through the reincarnation platform, they could see that the mysterious land was also the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. If the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara played any tricks, there was nothing they could do. We were tricked by him. An ancient ancestor's expression quickly turned ugly. Reincarnation ancient heavenly deity was an unmatched existence from the immortal ancient era, grasping the natural laws of reincarnation, able to step into the great river of time. If such a person was determined to scheme against them, it would be difficult for them to detect anything. Moreover, the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had used a great Tao oath to make a deal with them. Who would have thought that the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara would actually dare to violate a great Tao oath? It seems that you guys aren't stupid, finally understanding. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Guchanga laughed faintly, seeing the expressions of the Ean End Heaven's ancient ancestors. He knew that they had already understood. Damn it, in the end it was all for nothing. I hate it. In the depths of Ean End Heaven, terrifying fog swept over again. It was accompanied by heart-palpitating black lightning that cut through the sky dome, as if it was going to split the universe. After the ancient ancestors thought through all of this, their emotions fluctuated greatly. There was anger, regret, and even more despair. The ancestral well was about to dry up. If they could not find that mysterious land, they would soon be devoured. In that case, it wouldn't be long before they too would be eaten away by the decay, truly dying with their bodies and Tao erased. It would be impossible for them to be reborn. At this moment, all of the End creatures felt the despair of the ancient ancestors. They could not help but kneel on the ground, trembling incessantly. They did not know why the ancient ancestors became so desperate, nor did they understand. Boom! Meanwhile, at this moment, there seemed to be some kind of terrifying fluctuation spreading in the distant sky. The dazzling golden path continued to extend. There was divine light descending, like waves of immortal music, welcoming someone. At this moment, everyone saw a blurry Taoist figure, as if crossing the river of stars to arrive. Jia, Nan, and the others even felt their hearts palpitate, as if their souls were frozen under that figure's gaze. This kind of boundless power made their hearts tremble even more than their ancient ancestors. Ancient, heavenly sovereign of samsara! It really is him. Seeing this Taoist figure, the ancient ancestors' faces all became gloomy, incomparably ugly, revealing shocking, killing intent. They did not expect that the ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara, who had disappeared for countless years, was actually still in this world, and even descended on End heaven in such a way. Is this the ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara? His aura is extremely deep, doesn't seem like a simple person, worthy of being an overlord of the immortal ancient era. Gu Changa's gaze also fell on him with a hint of interest. He could feel that the reincarnation platform he had obtained in the immortal ancient continent was trembling, and many of the Tao laws on it were awakening. Originally, when he had obtained this item, he had devoured and absorbed the will of reincarnation within it, condensing a reincarnation seal as a life-saving measure. Then, this item became as silent as death, completely losing all of its spirituality. However, he did not expect it to awaken again today, and a completely different kind of power emerged. It seems that the ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara left behind his inheritance with a deep meaning. Gu Changa's will surged, suppressing this reincarnation platform, and his eyes became extremely deep. He really wanted to know what the ancient heavenly venerate of samsara was scheming after hiding behind the all heavens for so long. At his peak, the ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara was definitely an existence that surpassed those who had achieved the Tao. His scheme was definitely not as simple as becoming an immortal. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, this one greets fellow Taoists. Soon the golden great path extended from the sky and quickly descended to the center of the ultimate royal court. The ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara appeared and walked over, wearing a feather robe and a star crown. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, but he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had a kind smile on his face as he gently brushed past the reincarnation platform in front of him. His eyes seemed to be filled with nostalgia and emotion. It's all thanks to this that I can find the way back. As he spoke, he seemed to be reminiscing with deep reminiscence. However, the ancient ancestors standing in the depths of the ultimate royal court did not say a word. They just looked at him coldly. They were not stupid. Back then, because of the Great Path Oath, they had mistakenly believed in the ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara. Now that they had reacted, they understood that the ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara definitely had another purpose and was deeply calculating and scheming. He did not come with good intentions. You are my successor, right? The ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara looked away from the reincarnation platform and looked at Gu Changa in an extremely friendly manner. Gu Changa's expression was still as calm as ever. Hearing this, he only smiled and said, "Senior, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your successor. Instead, I killed the successor you chose and took his inheritance for myself." He spoke very casually and naturally without hiding anything. Since the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had already planned this, he definitely knew that he was definitely not the successor he had chosen. Hearing this, many ultimate Yin beings were shocked and in an uproar. They had always thought that Guchanga was the true successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara and did not know about this at all. The real ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had been killed by Guchanga long ago. However, the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara's expression did not change much when he heard this, as if he had already known. He only smiled and said, "No matter what the reason is, as long as you obtain my inheritance, you are naturally my successor." He meant that no matter what method Guchanga had used to obtain his inheritance, as long as his inheritance landed in the hands of Guchanga, then Guchanga would be his successor. "Oh, then does this junior have to call senior master?" Guchanga raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile. There was still no respect in his tone. Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign didn't seem to care about this at all. He smiled and said, "Why is there a need to stick to these mortal etiquettes between us?" To be honest, when he saw Guchanga for the first time, he was actually extremely amazed and incredulous. After all, in terms of age and bone structure, Guchanga was not very old. However, his cultivation had reached a level that made him feel boundless, and even gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Begging for fresh flowers, Zero, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, planned to trace the time fragments in an attempt to deduce Guchanga's origins and future. However, a great sense of danger and unimaginable terror suddenly enveloped him, almost causing him to suffer a huge backlash. Therefore, he had no choice but to stop. He didn't dare to continue prying. He didn't dare to imagine the origins of this convenient successor in front of him. At the very least, it was at a level that he was far from being able to touch. Jackals of the same tribe are starting to reminisce about the past. The several ancient ancestors had been watching all this coldly. They didn't expect that the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara didn't care about Guchanga's identity at all. Nor did he care that Guchanga had killed the true successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara and taken away his opportunity. Fellow Taoists, are you all well now? In this humble Taoist opinion, you must be almost at the end of your rope. Hearing this, the Samsara ancient celestial shifted his gaze away from Guchanga and smiled at the ancient ancestors. He appeared neither warm nor angry. He only had a medium build. Standing in front of the ancient ancestors who towered over the horizon, he looked extremely minuscule. However, there was a terrifying aura spreading from his body that even blurred the laws and order. No one dared to underestimate him. Back then, you swore a great Tao oath to help us find that mysterious place. Now that you have broken the oath and betrayed us, aren't you afraid of suffering a backlash? One of the ancient ancestors said with an ugly expression. Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign had exposed his thoughts. 0-inch this humble Taoist did indeed swear to help fellow Taoists find that place. Of course, the prerequisite is that fellow Taoists must hand over the 3 mysterious ancestral wells to me. The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had a kind smile on his face, but his eyes were cold and deep. At this time, he no longer concealed his intentions and purpose. From beginning to end, his goal hadn't changed. In the past, he was afraid of the 6 ancient ancestors' near undying means. However, later on, when he realized that their greatest reliance was the 3 mysterious ancestral wells, he began to plan and wait until the wells were about to dry up before taking action. This was because even if the 6 ancient ancestors were resurrected, they would fall into a period of weakness for a period of time. The process of resurrection and reconstruction was the process of consuming the 3 mysterious ancestral wells. The water in the well would eventually dry up, and they would also have a day when they would truly die and disappear. Ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara, don't even think about it. The ancestral wells are where our origins are. How can an outsider like you touch them? Except for the ancient ancestor who hadn't yet reconstructed his body. The faces of the 5 ancient ancestors darkened and surged with murderous intent. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, since this humble Taoist successor is also here today, the 3 ancestral wells will be occupied by the 2 of us. If fellow Taoists are smart, then don't stubbornly resist. The ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara shook his head as if to dissuade the ancient ancestors. He looked like a transcendent being, but since he was able to scheme for so long in the dark of the heavens and lay in wait for countless years, he was naturally not a simple and kind person. Moreover, he could see that this convenient successor of his had already fought with the 6 great ancient ancestors before he arrived here. 2 ancient ancestors had even died because of this and had to reconstruct their bodies, falling into a period of weakness for a period of time. Gu Changa glanced at the ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara with a strange gaze. He couldn't guess his true purpose. If the ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara had been in hiding for so long just for the origin artifact of Een and heaven, wouldn't it be too simple? He always felt that the ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara had other intentions. He had been hiding in the dark for so many years, so he must be scheming something else. Let's see what he's scheming. Maybe I can use him. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Gu Changa's expression returned to normal. He turned to the ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara and said with a smile, "Since Master has said so, then Changa will naturally help Master obtain the 3 mysterious ancestral wells today." "That's good. Then we, Master and disciple, will obtain them today to see the secret of eternal life." The ancient heavenly sovereign of samsara was slightly taken aback, but then he nodded with a smile. In fact, he didn't expect Gu Changa to change so quickly. Just now, he still looked calm and indifferent. However, on second thought, he was a giant figure from the immortal ancient era, and there were still many legends about him in this world. Although Gu Changa's origin was unknown, he didn't seem like a stupid person. He understood what choice to make at this time. Instead of offending this cheap master, it was better to take the opportunity to build a good relationship with him and obtain more benefits. 2. Chapter 716. In the depths of the clan's territory, gray fog surged, and wisps of fog rose. The few ancient ancestors of absolute Een sky stood there. They saw that the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate and Gu Changa, this pair of master and disciple, actually wanted to snatch their ancestral wells in front of them without hiding anything. Their faces were so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip from them. Killing intent surged. Although Gu Changa was young, his true strength was unfathomable and difficult to guess. In a short period of time, he had killed 2 of them one after another. When the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was at his peak, he was an overlord of the immortal ancient era. His cultivation was unparalleled, surpassing the immortal realm. Such a figure, even in this era, had unimaginable methods. The only thing they could rely on now was relying on the 3 ancestral wells to continuously reconstruct their bodies. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be a match for Gu Changa and the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. All the living beings in the Een sky trembled in fear when they saw this scene. For countless years, no one had ever entered the depths of the clan's territory, let alone alarmed the ancient ancestors. But now, Gu Changa had forcibly killed his way in and even killed 2 ancient ancestors, causing them to reconstruct their bodies. The reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate of the immortal ancient era had appeared again today to kill their ancient ancestors. This was undoubtedly a world-shaking and terrifying matter for the entire absolute Een sky. They had already reached the brink of life and death. Everyone was overwhelmed with fear. Under that matchless aura, they could only kneel on the ground. Even the Een sky creatures who stood in the domain of Tao attainment felt a chill all over their bodies. They had a premonition that even if the entire absolute Een sky wasn't destroyed today, it would probably be fragmented. Jia Nan, Jia Zhou, and the others felt like ants at this time. A little aftershock could destroy their bodies and souls millions of times. There are a total of 6 of them. One is still reconstructing his body, and the other is in a weak state. How about you and I each kill 2 of the remaining 4? The reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate casually sized up the remaining ancient ancestors and asked Guchanga with a smile. He appeared to be very confident. Even though he knew that the 6 great ancient ancestors were difficult to kill, he was still calm and collected. Hearing this, Guchanga also revealed a faint smile and said, "Then we will do as Master says. You're courting death." When they saw this, the ancient ancestors all roared out furiously, feeling like they were being looked down upon. Their voices shook the sky, tearing apart the sky dome like lightning. Terrifying bolts of black lightning shot out one after another, extending endlessly. They seemed to have come from another universe, heading straight for Guchanga and the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Like a black true dragon, all rules and order were annihilated and dissipated under it. In an instant, this place seemed to have turned into a black Wangyang, vast and boundless, surging violently. Very good. I can use these people to show you what the power of reincarnation is. Reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign nodded with a smile. As he spoke, his figure immediately disappeared, as if he had walked over. A hazy and illusory rule domain spread out from his feet, enveloping all directions. In this kind of rule domain, the flow of time seemed to have slowed down, and everything in the world began to stagnate. The rule, Tao, seemed to have slowed down thousands of times. Under the gaze of the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara, it even began to collapse and disintegrate. The black lightning struck down, but it seemed to have decayed for thousands of years in an instant. It began to collapse and gradually turned into nothingness. This was a shocking scene. The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara seemed to have stepped into the time domain. Wherever his gaze landed, it was the time domain. All Tao techniques and divine abilities were under his control. All the living beings were shocked to the extreme, unable to imagine such a mighty power. Boom! The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara shook his sleeves, and the front collapsed, turning into a point or a circle for eternity. All the living beings and order were trapped inside, forever trapped in a cycle of reincarnation, continuing to live and die. So what if it's the time domain? In this land of the clan, we are invincible. Today, we will make you pay a heavy price. The ancient ancestor cannot be humiliated. An ancient ancestor roared, wanting to break free from the restraints of this rule. In the terrifying gray fog, thick chains pierced out. They were like mountain ranges, heavy and majestic, suppressing people's heads and making them unable to breathe. In the depths of the clan, chaos lightning descended. It was as if the gods were punishing the living beings in the world for disrespecting them. Every inch of space was trembling, and a black whirlwind blew between heaven and earth. Accompanied by black rain and ominous lightning, it struck toward Guchanga and the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara. The other ancient ancestors also made their moves. Their decaying bodies, shrouded in gray fog, suddenly erupted with boundless light. A large hand stained with black blood slapped down toward the 2 people below. The chains of order were accompanied by a clattering sound, as if they were dragging a group of evil spirits that had been born into the world. Bang! In the next moment, a fist light that was like a resplendent golden sun suddenly washed over and directly collided with one of the arms. Black blood splattered, and the thick gray fog was suddenly dispelled. I overestimated your strength. Your spiritual power is transcendent, but that's all. Guchanga abandoned his previous transcendent appearance. His eyes were cold and sharp, and his fist light was vast and sacred. Together with the primal chaos chi, it pressed down like an ancient dome of heaven, crushing down on the ground below. The arm of an ancient ancestor instantly exploded into pieces. Blood, mist drifted, and it instantly collapsed when the physical body collided. This was an indescribable suppressive power. Just the fluctuation of the physical body was enough to shake this universe. All the extreme Een beings trembled in fear as they witnessed their invincible ancient ancestor being continuously destroyed by Guchanga. Some of the extreme Een beings who were very close kept trembling. Under this aura, their bodies began to crack, and cracks appeared, and blood kept flowing out. The endless gray fog exploded, revealing the scene in the depths of the clan. Or perhaps this world was broken to begin with. The vast land was full of scars and ruins. Now, under the attacks of Guchanga and reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, it was broken inch by inch. The void was cracking, and the laws of heaven and earth exploded. The divine chains of order collapsed, and the Tao patterns were obliterated. Nothing was left. 3 mysterious and supreme ancestral wells appeared at the end of the clan as if they were enveloping this world. The 6 ancient ancestors were destroyed one after another. Even though their spiritual power was heaven-defying and could evolve many unparalleled methods, they were still powerless. In the face of absolute suppression, they still couldn't resist at all. Soon, they exploded and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Buzz! A mysterious and misty aura flowed out of the ancestral wells, enveloping the 6 ancient ancestors. After their bodies collapsed, they soon appeared above the ancestral wells and quickly rebuilt their bodies. Their spiritual power entered the glabella, and they attacked Guchanga and reincarnation ancient heavenly lord again. The entire world was turned upside down, and the gray sky was collapsing. This great world couldn't withstand the aura here at all. The turbulent Enend aura seeped out of the broken cracks and spread to the outside world. At the same time, among the many orthodoxies in the upper realm, some ancient existences with profound cultivation bases opened their eyes abruptly as they sensed the fluctuations from the distant space. This fluctuation made their hearts palpitate and even made them feel uneasy and fearful. That wisp of gray fog is here again. It has descended into the world again. Someone thought of something, and fear appeared in their eyes. The fluctuations of the battle in the Enend sky were too terrifying. It even alarmed many old monsters who had been sealed for a long time. They walked out of the dust-covered land, appeared from underground palaces and ancient cave abodes, and looked at the battlefield. In the land enveloped by the Enend sky, there were no living creatures or orthodoxies within a radius of nearly 10 million miles. However, this didn't stop them from deducing what had happened. If the Enend sky erupts again, no one can suppress the power of the immortal state. At that time, all living creatures within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles will be wiped out. In the true immortal academy, several elders stood in a pavilion. There was a chessboard and a compass in the center, and they seemed to be deducing something. The great elder of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was also here, and his expression was extremely solemn. He was a figure of the same generation as Gu Xian Er's masters in the Peach Village. His true strength was unfathomable, and he was one of the pinnacle existences in the world. Even he felt that this matter was unusually serious and troublesome. It was obvious that it was not simple. Have you found out? Did something really happen in the Enend sky that caused so much Enend aura to suddenly spread out? The great elder asked with a solemn expression, and he was worried. Reporting to the great elder, something did happen in the Enend sky, but we don't know the reason. The Enend aura that seemed to be dead before suddenly swept over like boiling water. Many spatial cracks also appeared there, and a huge amount of Enend aura rushed out from them. Many orthodoxies in the surroundings didn't have time to migrate and were already drowned. When the elders in the pavilion heard this, they all answered with a solemn expression. They only noticed this all of a sudden, and there were no signs at all before this. Even a long time ago, when the Enend sky appeared, it did not suddenly erupt like this. First, think of a way to stabilize the space around the Enend sky to prevent the Enend aura from spreading and swallowing the other ancient worlds. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'll contact the other imperishable orthodoxies and ask them to take action. The great elder said with a solemn expression and began to give orders. The initial purpose of the establishment of the Immortal Academy was to prevent the Inen sky from causing an indescribable disaster to the upper realm in the future. However, before the immortal casting plan succeeded, such a terrifying riot broke out in the Inen sky. All of this was too unexpected. Could it be that the terrifying creature in the Inen sky is reviving? An elder said worriedly and could not help but guess. And just as the entire upper realm was worried about the riot in the Inen sky, in the depths of the Inen sky, Guchanga was fighting with the 6 ancient ancestors. He did not know that the fluctuations here had begun to affect the upper realm, and that many orthodoxies were drowned and swallowed by the Inen aura. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. The origin ancestral artifact of the Inen sky was right in front of him, which was more important to him. You're already so weak. I'm afraid it won't be long before the mysterious substance in the ancestral well is exhausted. If you don't want to be truly destroyed, you'd better hand over the 3 wells obediently. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord said faintly and appeared below the ancestral well, confronting the 6 ancient ancestors who were rebuilding their bodies. He seemed to be very calm. Even when fighting with the ancient ancestors, he did not show the slightest sign of exhaustion, although his current strength was far from his peak. It was easy to deal with the 6 ancient ancestors who were constantly weakening in front of him, not to mention that there was also Guchanga, who he could not see clearly. In the battle with the ancient ancestors just now, Guchanga's performance really made the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord look sideways, and he could not help but keep an eye on him. He felt that Guchanga was definitely a person like him. His mind was as deep as the sea, and it was difficult to see what he was really thinking. Until now, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord still did not know the actual situation of Guchanga, nor did he know what methods he had. Although the 2 of them were master and disciple in name, they did not care about each other. However, none of them took this matter to heart. They were all on guard against each other. Reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, you will regret today's actions sooner or later. The great Tao is everywhere. Since you dare to break the agreement, you will naturally bear the karma in the future. The 6 ancient ancestors looked coldly at the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. Their figures were faint and their auras were no longer as before, although there were 3 ancestral wells behind them that were reshaping everything for them. This would consume the ancestral well. However, this process also consumed the substance in the ancestral well. It was not a long-term solution. Moreover, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was right. When the substance in the ancestral well was exhausted, it would be the time for them to truly die. But hearing this, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord still did not take it to heart. Back then, after the Forbidden Era, the great Tao had already collapsed, and the immortal path was severed. Even if I swear on the great Tao, how can it manifest to punish me? If the great Tao had manifested, why would I have to hibernate for countless years, unable to see the Tao fruit of that realm? He said indifferently, looking at the great Tao with disdain. When Guchanga heard this, his eyes moved slightly. The great Tao had collapsed, and it was difficult to see the Tao fruit. In the immortal ancient era, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was already in existence that surpassed the immortal realm. Could it be that the realm he wanted to see was above the immortal realm? Then what was this realm? The king of immortals, the emperor of immortals, or the ancestor of immortals? In this era, the immortal gate was destined to manifest, and the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord appeared at this time. His scheme was definitely not as simple as the immortal realm. Guchanga still remembered that before Guchingi left, she had told him that the upper realm would encounter an unimaginable upheaval. Could this upheaval be related to the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord? So you didn't care about that oath a long time ago and have been deceiving and scheming against us all this time? Hateful. After personally learning the truth from the reincarnation ancient heavenly Lord. The 6 ancient ancestors' expressions were ugly to the extreme. Their emotions were already difficult to describe with anger. But you still have to pay the price. With my immortal true soul, I will engrave it in the long river of time. Today I curse you. They were not simple people. After understanding all of this, they immediately made a prompt decision. Some people's bodies quickly blurred. Every inch of their bodies seemed to be burning. An endless fog filled the air. Some kind of strange rune flew out from the fog, giving off boundless light and quickly burning away in the void. Chapter 717. The ancient ancestors of absolute in heaven were extremely decisive. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, they immediately chose to burn themselves. They wanted to use a wisp of strange aura to curse the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. It could be seen how deep their hatred and killing intent for the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was. They wanted nothing more than to shatter his body and bones. Rumble. The heavens were in tatters, like an ancient mirror that was already full of holes. The terrifying gray fog spread and kept devouring, burning my soul to curse the yellow springs. Heaven and earth will be overturned, and the sun and moon will lose their light. An ancient ancestor stared the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate with murderous intent. He gave up his last chance of immortality and let himself be shattered. Every inch of soul light was burning as if countless vengeful spirits were being released. They covered the sky and earth and flooded toward the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. At this moment, even the indifferent reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate's expression changed slightly. You're really ruthless. Even at this time, you don't dare to let me go? However, he quickly recovered and said indifferently. He shook his head. At the same time, his robe shook forward, and a vast and supreme law appeared. Buzz! A blurry black and white divine light spread out like a Tao diagram. It kept rotating and enlarging, enveloping all the gray fog that was coming toward him. However, it was an ancient ancestor after all. The curse method that he chose to ignite by burning his soul could not be underestimated. At this time, a wisp of green appeared on the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate's face. It was like some unknown substance had stained his body. This made him frown and try to expel this wisp of green. However, this wisp of green was like a maggot in his bones. It was like a brand on his face that was difficult to erase. The power of the curse. An unknown source? Gu Changa noticed this and raised his eyebrows. He thought of the living beings that he had seen in the outside world that were contaminated and corroded by the in-terminating chi. Logically speaking, at the level of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate, ordinary unknown substances, not to mention contaminating his body, would not even be able to get close to him. However, the strand of matter that was brought in at the cost of a and heaven ancient ancestor burning himself was not one of them. This made Gu Changa a little curious. Where did the origin ancestral artifact of the and sky come from? Logically speaking, it was unlikely for such a substance to appear in the current upper realm. Looks like you guys do have some tricks up your sleeve. This primordial ancestral artifact is quite strange. I can't get rid of this curse for a while. Samsara ancient heavenly venerate's expression didn't change much because of this curse and quickly recovered. He looked at the remaining great ancestors and said, this wisp of green energy appeared and disappeared on his face, making him look extremely strange. Even this curse can't do anything to you. It seems that our days are truly numbered. The remaining ancestors sighed softly. They seemed to have accepted the situation and quietly stood at the edge of the clan's territory. Seeing this scene, Gu Changa had a premonition and couldn't help but frown. What do you want? At this moment, Samsara ancient heavenly venerate also noticed something, and his expression changed. He seemed a little gloomy. Since we can't protect the ancestral well, then the ancestral well will be buried here with us today. formed in the ancestral well and returned to the ancestral well. This is our final destination. The remaining 5 great ancestors spoke in unison. Their expressions were unusually cold and calm, as if they were talking about a trivial matter. What? When all the End beings heard this, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. At this moment, the great ancestors were planning to destroy the ancestral well. Didn't that mean that the entire End sky would be destroyed? All the End beings would also be buried here and fall into eternal silence. They couldn't believe all of this and felt that it was too unbelievable. How did things suddenly come to this point? You all want to destroy the origin ancestral artifact? Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate's expression was unusually cold, no longer as indifferent as before. All this time he had been scheming against the End sky for a long time because of the 3 ancestral wells. But now the great ancestors were planning to destroy the ancestral wells? How could this not cause his emotions to be in chaos and his killing intent to surge? However, the great ancestors of the End sky didn't plan to talk nonsense. Even with the ancestral wells, they weren't a match for Gu Changa and Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate. Even if they continued to fight with them, they would only end up like a lamp that had run out of oil. Damn it. Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate's expression changed drastically. He wanted to take action to stop all of this. His time domain spread out, but it was still too slow. Boom! A terrifying gray pillar of light tore through the sky like a divine light that soared into the sky. The 3 mysterious ancestral wells in the sky emitted endless light as they were ignited by the 5 great ancestors. This kind of light was too bright. It was as if 3 brilliant suns had risen in the darkness. But in the next moment, it was accompanied by a heart-trembling, cracking sound. Terrifying cracks began to appear on the 3 ancestral wells. Terrifying energy surged like a heavenly river that had burst its banks, suppressing everyone until they couldn't breathe. Even the 5 great ancestors were almost crushed at this moment. They couldn't stand straight. The origin of the 3 ancestral wells was too mysterious. Even they had only obtained them by chance and didn't know their true origin. Even though they had occupied and studied the ancestral wells for countless years, it was difficult for them to see through the mysterious runes in the ancestral wells. However, they had occupied the ancestral wells for so long, so they more or less had some control over them. Therefore, at this time they were all determined to make Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate and Gu Changa pay the price. They wouldn't let their scheme succeed. At this moment, the entire End sky began to collapse because of the collapse of the 3 ancestral wells. The vast amount of energy was like a torrential flood, constantly washing everywhere, shattering and shattering the space barrier. Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate summoned a golden seal that shrouded the front to prevent the 3 ancestral wells from shattering. However, the remaining 5 great ancestors had obviously guessed his intention. At this moment, they didn't care about anything else and rushed toward him, wanting to stop him. The 5 of them worked together and displayed unprecedented terrifying strength. With a raise of their hands, vast energy surged violently like Wang Yang. Hundreds of millions of laws and order turned into all kinds of divine weapons and artifacts, transforming into mountains and rivers of stars that suppressed together. You're courting death. Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate's expression was extremely ugly. He had concealed a lot of his strength before, but at this juncture he couldn't care less. The 5 great ancestors attacked him together, but they didn't care about Gu Changa on the other side. In their eyes, Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate had schemed for the origin ancestral wells for a long time, so this item must be extremely important to him. On the other hand, Gu Changa was only a young junior. Although his strength was terrifying, his means weren't necessarily more than Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerates. Facing the exploding ancestral wells, even they couldn't do anything. What could Gu Changa do? No matter how much we can collect, we'll go find the fragments of the ancient well now, Even if it's just a fragment, it still contains unimaginable mysteries. Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate also realized the intentions of the great ancestors and said to Gu Changa while fighting them, he didn't think that Gu Changa could stabilize the exploding ancestral wells. Therefore, he only hoped that he could collect more fragments at this time. And this was the only way. Master, don't worry. Your disciple will go and collect them now. Gu Changa smiled faintly. He naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately disappeared from the spot, rushing toward the 3 collapsing ancestral wells in the distance. He was still thinking about how to keep the Ancient Heavenly Venerate from Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate and take the ancestral wells for himself. Now, this great opportunity was right in front of him. Ridiculous. The power of the ancestral wells is very vast. Even we can only borrow it. Now that it's fully erupting, even you will be turned into dust and destroyed in body and soul, let alone him. The 5 great ancestors said coldly. They didn't care that Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate had ordered Gu Changa to collect the fragments. In their opinion, no matter how strong Gu Changa was, he couldn't last long in that kind of vast power. His physical body would soon explode into a bloody mist and ultimately be destroyed in body and soul. You all underestimate my disciple too much. Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate said coldly. A golden seal hovered above his head, glowing with immortal light. Words containing the profundities of the immortal Tao lined up in the void like huge stars, matching the number of stars in the sky. This was an ancient array that could refine immortals and demons. Although his cultivation wasn't at its peak, he could still refine the 5 great ancestors in front of him. He still had a lot of confidence in Gu Changa. Although he didn't believe that Gu Changa could take back most of the fragments of the ancestral wells, he was sure that some of them would be there. This was Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate's intuition. Rumble. Endless gray fog appeared in the deepest part of the clan. The 3 wells of ancestral origins shattered as if some kind of shackle had been broken. Endless gray fog rushed out from the broken wells, drowning everything in the surroundings. The sky, which was originally dark and gloomy, had also become fragmented, with countless cracks appearing on its surface. More interminating fog spread out from here and rushed to the outside world. Oh no, the sky is collapsing. The sky is going to be destroyed. All of us will be drowned here. The ancient ancestor is going to give up on us. Why, all of the interminating life spirits watched this scene in despair. Wails of anguish could be heard everywhere. They couldn't believe that in the end, the ancient ancestor that they respected the most would destroy everything. Jia Nan, Jia Jiao, and the rest of the interminating royal family were also pale. They trembled and fell into despair. The ancient ancestor that they worshipped insisted on dragging the entire sky to be buried with them after knowing that there was no hope for him to live forever. Even if it meant destroying the origin ancestral artifact, he wouldn't hesitate. This viciousness and decisiveness caused them to feel bitter, dejected, and filled with despair. On the other side, Gu Changa swept past the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate and the 5 ancient ancestors who were fighting. His figure quickly disappeared into the gray fog. The surging energy was like the collision of several great worlds, wanting to obliterate any living being that dared to enter this place. Gu Changa couldn't help but frown when he felt this terrifying, crushing power. Although his physical body was extremely strong, it didn't mean that it was comparable to supreme divine metal and could withstand thousands of tribulations. In this place, if one took a step forward, they would instantly explode into a bloody mist and die. He also felt that small cracks began to appear on his body. However, under his powerful and terrifying vitality, these small cracks quickly healed and disappeared. Fortunately, these 3 wells of ancestral origins haven't completely collapsed. One of them is almost complete. Gu Changa's eyes flickered as he noticed the scene in the depths. The 3 well of ancestral origins bobbed up and down like 3 brilliant suns, shining dazzlingly. One of the well of ancestral origins had already collapsed. Pieces of debris flew out and silently annihilated in the void, turning into some kind of complicated rune. If it wasn't collected in time, it would probably disappear quickly and no longer exist. No wonder the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate wanted me to collect the fragments. It turns out that he already knew that these 3 wells of ancestral origins were formed by some kind of rune. Seeing this, Guchanga was a little enlightened. However, at this time his attention wasn't on the collapsing well of ancestral origins. Instead, it was on the other almost complete well of ancestral origins. Although the 5 ancient ancestors had controlled these 3 well of ancestral origins for a long time, they hadn't studied and comprehended it until now. Even if they insisted on destroying the 3 well of ancestral origins, it wouldn't take long. Perhaps even the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate hadn't expected this. In that case, I'll accept this well of ancestral origins. As for these fragments, Guchanga couldn't help but smile faintly. He raised his hand and brought out the great Tao treasure bottle. The terrifying bottle was like a black hole that could swallow the heavens, emitting a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. At this time, even the 3 well of ancestral origins trembled slightly, as if it couldn't bear the pressure of the great Tao treasure bottle. Buzz! The next moment, a vast black light gushed out and directly swallowed the almost complete well of ancestral origins. Strands of the light of the great path descended, dense and complete. It was like a giant mouth that suddenly swallowed him. The remaining 2 wells of ancestral origins were still rupturing and exploding, turning into energy and countless tiny fragments that filled the sky. Guchanga didn't stay idle. He continued to bring out the great Tao treasure bottle and swallowed all the fragments and energy. In the end, only a little was left, which could be considered as completing the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate's instructions. Guchanga didn't intend to fall out with the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate before understanding his many schemes and schemes. He felt that everything that the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate had set up could become his wedding dress if handled properly. It's not that easy to be my cheat master. The gray fog was still monstrous, blotting out the sky and sun. It was boundless and showed no signs of dissipating. Therefore, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate, who was still fighting with the several ancient ancestors, didn't notice Guchanga's movements at all. Chapter 718. The absolute sky collapsed. Large pieces of the sky shattered, like a shattered mirror. Countless streams of fire crashed down from the sky. They were accompanied by an incomparably dense gray fog that drowned everything. This was an incomparably despairing scene. The ground collapsed, and a terrifying crack that stretched for tens of thousands of miles appeared. All the absolute beings were wailing and fleeing, wanting to escape from this world. The 5 ancient ancestors were fighting with the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, disregarding life and death. They had already destroyed the well of origins. As long as they died, there would be no hope of rebuilding it. This place seemed to have become the beginning of the world. The aftermath was too turbulent and terrifying. Primal chaos surged into the sky and spread in all directions. They tried their best to stall the ancient heavenly lord of samsara and make him pay a heavy price. However, the ancient heavenly lord of samsara was too terrifying. The ancient formation that was activated was extremely resplendent. It transformed into the number of stars in the sky and trapped them inside. The heavenly fire meteors ignited, and primal chaos surged in all directions, burning them. Large stars appeared one after another and condensed in the surroundings, turning into thousands of sword chi that slashed over. This was a peerless killing move that could not be resisted or avoided. If the ancient heavenly lord of samsara was at his peak state, he could easily kill immortals with this ancient formation. Although the 5 ancient ancestors' mental power was vast and far exceeded their current realm, there was still a huge gap between them and a true immortal. Boom! The killing formation turned into a furnace, and millions of sword chi obliterated the 5 ancient ancestors. They let out unwilling roars, and their bodies were burning. They wanted to use all their methods. It was as if billions of stars had exploded in this place. The energy was violent and surging, drowning everything. In the end, the aura in the ancient formation gradually calmed down. All the absolute Yin beings could no longer sense the auras of their ancient ancestors. The undying ancient ancestors in their hearts had all fallen in front of their race today, completely obliterated by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Fellow Taoists, why are you doing this? It's better to die in glory than to live in dishonor? A faint look of pity appeared on the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's face. He gently shook his head and put away the ancient formation. The moment he activated this formation, the 5 ancestors were destined to die and become Tao immortals. The other Yin and life spirits watched this scene in horror, trembling incessantly. The Yin terminating sky collapsed, the ancient ancestor fell, and even the primordial ancestral artifact exploded. Didn't this mean that from today onwards, the Juin tribe would be extinct from this world? Thinking of this, sorrow and grief appeared on everyone's faces. At this time, Samsara ancient heavenly venerate didn't have the leisure to care about these in extreme life forms. He moved, heading towards the depths of the clan. He wanted to know just how many fragments of the ancestral artifact Guchanga had collected. In his perception, the origin ancestral artifact's aura had completely disappeared. In other words, the 3 wells of origin had completely exploded and disappeared from this world. The gray fog was boundless and incomparably dense, covering everything. Even ancient heavenly venerate Samsara found it difficult to see what was going on. The 3 wells of origin had extraordinary origins. When they exploded just now, he even felt his heart palpitate. How many have you collected? Samsara ancient heavenly venerate quickly found Guchanga's figure in the fog. He quickly walked over and asked, very concerned. Guchanga was currently holding a jade jar made of a special material, sealing the surrounding void to prevent the fragments of the origin ancestral artifact from dispersing. Hearing this, he seemed to come back to his senses. He was slightly puzzled and said to Samsara ancient heavenly venerate, "This item is not made of a simple material, but condensed from some kind of rune. The moment it shattered, it began to disintegrate and dissipate. Although I came in time, I didn't collect much." As he spoke, he seemed to be rather regretful and handed the jade jar to Samsara ancient heavenly venerate. "I know this." Samsara ancient heavenly venerate didn't doubt this. This was because he had long known that the 3 wells of origin were condensed from some kind of mysterious rune, not some kind of material structure. This was also the reason why he called Guchanga over to collect the fragments. "You actually collected so many?" Samsara ancient heavenly venerate, who didn't hold much hope in his heart, suddenly swept his gaze over the fragments in the jade jar. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He originally thought that Guchanga had only collected a small portion. However, judging from the fragments in the jade jar, it was at least 1/3 of the well of origin. This was truly beyond his expectations, and he was pleasantly surprised. "If I had come earlier, perhaps I could have collected more." Guchanga shook his head regretfully. Samsara ancient heavenly venerate smiled. "It's fine. This is already a pleasant surprise. As long as I can see through the mysteries, it doesn't matter if I have more or less." Speaking of this, he suddenly felt somewhat satisfied with this cheap disciple of his, Guchanga. His origin was mysterious, his strength was terrifying, and his methods were extremely tyrannical. Although he seemed to be a little scheming and sanctimonious, this was exactly what he wanted. He had always disliked pedantic and stupid people. Since Guchanga in front of him could disrupt his original plan, kill his designated successor, and seize his inheritance, There must be something extraordinary about her. In that case, this disciple congratulates Master for advancing further in your cultivation of the Tao. Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly and cupped his hands. It's all thanks to you today. I'm not someone who doesn't distinguish between rewards and punishments. I'll bestow this broken horn formation to you. Don't underestimate this broken horn formation. I found it when I accidentally entered an immortal king's cave abode. If your cultivation is high enough, it'll be more than enough to resist a true immortal realm existence. Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate was in a good mood. He shook his sleeve and took out a broken horn sealed in jade, planning to bestow it on Gu Changa. In the immortal ancient era, when the great Tao had yet to collapse and the order of heaven and earth hadn't been severed, this broken horn formation could even trigger a bloody storm, making many true immortals fight over it. However, until now, the immortal Tao hadn't appeared and the laws were incomplete. In fact, even Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate didn't know how much power this broken horn formation could unleash. Gu Changa's eyes flashed when he heard that. He took the broken horn formation and said gratefully, "Thank you for giving me this treasure, Master." However, out of caution, he still scanned it with his divine will. He didn't find anything unusual, so he accepted it. Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate seemed to have a lot of treasures. When he fought the 6 ancient ancestors, he took out a huge seal that could neutralize and resist many attacks. In Gu Changa's opinion, that thing was definitely a Khanate artifact. Its defensive power was even not inferior to the most high Tao diagram that he had. In addition, the ancient formation that Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate used to kill the 5 ancient ancestors was also extremely extraordinary. It had evolved the number of stars in the sky and had almost infinite power to attack. This was similar to the great formation of immortals and demons that Gu Changa had learned from Yama when he was annihilating hell. He's very rich. Chapter 719. Now that Inen Sky has been destroyed, this is definitely a terrifying disaster for the outside world. Countless living beings and orthodoxies will probably be destroyed. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord and Gu Changa stepped into the void. There was a faint look of compassion on his face, as if he was sympathizing with all living beings who were about to suffer. Inch by inch, space collapsed under their feet, turning into nothingness and disappearing. Hearing this, a strange expression flashed across Gu Changa's face. Then he revealed a thoughtful expression and said, "All these years, the orthodoxies of the upper realm have tried to establish a perfected immortal academy, trying to nurture a perfected immortal to turn the tide when the disaster of Inen Sky breaks out. Unfortunately, the perfected immortal academy has been established for too short a time. The matter of nurturing a perfected immortal is even more distant." At this point, he seemed to be rather regretful. Hearing this, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord glanced at Gu Changa. He could tell from his words that there were many meanings. "You want me to take the opportunity to establish my faith and save all living beings." He smiled faintly, but his heart was moved. Gu Changa's words were indeed a signal to the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. There were no perfected immortals in the upper realm today. In the face of the disaster of Inen Sky, only immortals could stop it. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was a giant figure in the immortal ancient era. Even now, he still had many mysterious and terrifying methods. It was not difficult for him to stop the outbreak of Inen Sky. At this time, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord reappeared in the world and resisted the disaster of Inen Sky by himself. For all living beings in the upper realm, this was tantamount to seeing the light of dawn in the darkness. Gu Changa's identity as the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was more or less beneficial. The orthodoxies of the upper realm were now secretly discussing how to get rid of him, spreading rumors that he was the true inheritor of the demonic arts, causing undercurrents to surge in the upper realm. Even ordinary cultivators were deeply affected and were considering the truth of this rumor. If the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord resolved the disaster of Enend Sky at this time, Guchanga could borrow his power to trigger the general trend of the upper realm and set up a trap. Master has disappeared for such a long time. If he reappears in the world now, it will probably cause endless waves. 553-inch. Disciple feels that Master might as well use this opportunity. Guchanga also smiled faintly, not hiding his intentions. The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara glanced at him with a strange expression and gently shook his head. He did not say anything else, as if he was pondering over Guchanga's intentions. From Guchanga's words, he had already understood Guchanga's identity, the young master of the longevity Gu clan. If it was any other long life family's young master, he would more or less show disdain, but the surname Gu was different. Even in Immortal Ancient, the Gu clan was still extremely mysterious, incomparably ancient. No one knew about their backing. Thinking of this, Samsara Ancient, Heavenly Sovereign, pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. In that case, we will do as my disciple says. He wasn't sure when the immortal path would appear in this life. During this period of time, he could continue to plan for the immortal king Dao fruit and harvest the many ancient worlds that he had set up as backup. As Guchanga's chief master, he had a reason to go to the longevity Gu clan to investigate. The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara was actually quite curious. Just how different was the present long life Gu family from Immortal Ancient era's Gu family? He vaguely remembered that there was a rumor that an immortal king stopped in front of the longevity Gu clan's mountain gate for a long time before quietly retreating. In the Enend Sky, great fog surged, ruins piled up, heaven and earth collapsed, and the earth cracked. It was a scene of doomsday. Countless Enend creatures fled in all directions, wanting to escape this place before the Enend Sky collapsed into eternal silence. This was a day of despair for them. From now on, the Enend Sky was destroyed, and the Enend tribe would also disappear in the river of time. Guchanga and the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had calm and cold expressions, as if they didn't see all of this. Their figures passed through the vast Enend fog, planning to leave this place. Along the way, Guchanga saw the fleeing Jianan, Jiajio, and the others. However, he couldn't be bothered to care. After the destruction of Enend Sky, the so-called imperial court of Enend only existed in name. They were no longer any different from normal Enend beings. From the beginning, he and Jianan only wanted to use each other. With the origin ancestral artifact of the Enend Sky in hand, the next step is to find a suitable ancient world. Guchanga's emotions churned as he thought about how to set up this big net. He was quite curious. What exactly was the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara's plan all these years? If he had been hiding in the upper realm, there would definitely be traces left behind. Therefore, the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara might be hiding in some remote, great cosmos. Those great cosmos were extremely far away from the upper realm. Even if one had attained the Tao, it would be difficult to find an exact trace in the void turbulence. It was very likely that the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had left behind spatial coordinates in the Enend Sky because of this. Perhaps I can find a suitable ancient world through the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara to set up a trap. Guchanga glanced at the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara without batting an eyelid. Because of the world-shaking battle that had erupted here, the surrounding territories were now covered by the vast Enend fog. Guchanga and the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara left the Enend Sky that had already been reduced to ruins. They tore through the universe barrier and headed to the center of the upper realm. The upper realm was boundless. Boundless Enend fog appeared and had already swept through many of the surrounding territories. Many factions and orthodoxies that were close to this place were also thinking of ways to move away during this period of time. Many elders of the Immortal True Academy also immediately sent out a message, asking the factions behind them to help. If the disaster that erupted in the Enend sky was not stopped in time, its spread would be difficult to stop. During this period of time, the upper realms of mortal orthodoxies and everlasting families also sent out a large number of people. Many formation patterns were carved around the erupting Enend sky, setting up a large formation to resist the Enend fog that rushed out. The saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chu, also rushed over with a large number of human ancestor palace powerhouses. When the human ancestor palace was first established, a large part of the reason was to resist the disaster of the Enend sky. After a long time, they had accumulated a lot of experience and methods. When the Enend sky first erupted a few years ago, the saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chu, also ran around everywhere to prevent many disasters. This time, the Enend sky eruption is fierce. I don't know the reason, but it's more terrifying than before. On a dead ancient planet that had already collapsed, Jiang Chu appeared here with many human ancestor palace powerhouses. She wore a long white dress. Her features were picturesque, and her face was beautiful. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, exuding an aloof and otherworldly aura. She looked at the vast fog in the distance. In the surrounding star regions, many powerhouses from other orthodoxies appeared. They were using all kinds of materials and divine stones to carve a large formation in the void. Ancient warships laid across the starry sky. Their runes lit up, and their brilliance was dazzling. They continuously dispersed the fog in front of them. However, the Enend fog was still too dense. It could not be dispersed at all. Among them, there were many Enend spirits that had been corroded by the Enend fog that rushed out. Their eyes were scarlet, and their killing intent was boiling. Their strength was not to be underestimated. In the face of the Enend fog, ordinary cultivators would avoid it like it was a snake or a scorpion. They would not dare to touch it easily. That was because this fog would not only corrode the cultivator's physical body, but it would also harm the cultivator's spirit. Some cultivators had tried it before. If they were contaminated by the fog for a long time, their primordial spirit would be corroded, and a new consciousness would be born. This was extremely terrifying, because at that time they would no longer be themselves. Their physical body would be occupied by a new consciousness, and they would lose everything and become a new living being. At this time, no cultivator dared to take the risk and go deep into the Enend sky to investigate. The Tao attainments of the various orthodoxies only watched from afar. They did not plan to go deep. Saintess, the Enend sky eruption this time might not be as simple as we thought. The third elder sensed the aura of a battle between peerless powerhouses. She guessed that the battle might have taken place in the depths of the Enend sky. On the collapsed ancient planet, an old woman from the human ancestor palace spoke respectfully to Jiang Chu. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. The third elder that she spoke of was an extremely ancient existence in the human ancestor palace. She had only appeared in this world in this life, and her cultivation had already reached an invincible realm. Even the third elder was fearful. She told the human ancestor palace not to interfere, fearing that accidents might happen. However, Jiang Chu insisted on coming to investigate. She was afraid that the Enend sky disaster would endanger all living beings. This worried many of the elders. They were afraid that Jiang Chu would meet with misfortune here. If this disaster was really caused by a battle between some of the most powerful beings in the depths of the Enend sky, then they would take the risk and come here to investigate. In the end, they might lose their lives here. The powerhouses of the various orthodoxies are not willing to investigate the cause of the Enend sky eruption. At this time, as the saintess of the human ancestor palace, if I choose to retreat, then who will solve this disaster? Jiang Chu shook her head gently and sighed. She understood the elders' concerns. She also knew that this was an extremely dangerous matter. The slightest mistake could cost her her life. However, with her personality, she really could not do anything like retreat. especially when she was the human ancestor palace's saintess who was revered by billions of living beings. Sai, if you insist, saintess, then we can only accompany you until here. The depths of the Een sky are full of dangers. With our cultivation, I'm afraid we can't protect ourselves. When the time comes, we'll only cause trouble for you. The elders could not help but sigh. They were helpless. They could not persuade Jiang Chuchu. It was not that they were afraid of death. It was because the Een sky was special. Even they could not control themselves. When the time came, they would only cause more trouble for Jiang Chuchu. I understand. Elders, just wait for me here. If there's any danger, I'll think of a way to escape in time. I won't joke with my life. Jiang Chuchu nodded. Her eyes were filled with determination. Her body was special. She was very resistant to the Een mist. That was why she decided to take the risk to find out the cause of the Een sky eruption. Then she could find the right remedy to solve this disaster from the root. Saintess, you must be careful. The elders were still very worried. In the Een mist, the space teleportation talisman would lose its effect. If they wanted to escape, they could only follow the original route. The journey was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. The experts of the other forces noticed the situation at the human ancestor palace and could not help but reveal strange expressions. They did not expect the saintess of the human ancestor palace to actually plan to enter the Een sky at this juncture. If this was not courting death, what was it? Even those who had attained the Tao did not dare to step into the Een sky. Where did she get the courage from? The saintess of the human ancestor palace is quite close to Gu Changa. Wasn't Gu Changa claimed by the human ancestor palace to be the reincarnation of the human ancestor? Now that the Een sky erupts, he is nowhere to be seen. Is he hiding because of the recent news? If that's the case, we will have to sit back and watch the rumor spread. Gu Changa stole the human ancestor's identity and has bad intentions. The experts of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had mocking gazes. Gu Changa's power was terrifying and his strength was monstrous. However, in their opinion, it was only a matter of time before he was eliminated by the combined forces of the various orthodoxies. During this period of time, the rumor that Gu Changa was the true inheritor of the demonic art had spread throughout the upper realm. Even ordinary cultivators knew about it. Although it was far from the point of making the entire world his enemy, it had helped Gu Changa attract a lot of hatred. Now that the Een sky erupts, almost all the cultivators in the upper realm had their eyes on him. Was Gu Changa not the reincarnation of the human ancestor? What was he planning to do? Chapter 720. The Een eruption was extremely fast. With a terrifying momentum, it engulfed the surrounding planetary regions. Large areas of planetary regions were corroded, and stars fell one after another. The sky was filled with gray fog. It was like a rusty mirror that kept collapsing and falling. The various orthodoxies immediately responded by sending a large number of powerhouses and ancient warships to the surrounding planetary regions. They set up formation patterns in an attempt to stop the Een from spreading. However, under such a strange and terrifying power, they were still insignificant. Everywhere was a scene of misery and suffering. Mountains collapsed and the continent was torn apart. There was not a single living person. Almost all the cultivators were dead. Some were contaminated by the Een mist, and their primordial spirits were corroded. Some were torn apart by the Een spirit, and their primordial spirits were destroyed. All the cultivators and orthodoxies in the upper realm gathered their attention to resist this calamity. After a discussion, the various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects finally sent their Tao attainment level existences to the edge of the Een in an attempt to find the source of the eruption. Whoosh, whoosh, beams of divine light tore through heaven and earth. Ancient warships rumbled and crushed through the universe. Many of the younger generation, such as the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, the Golden Cicada Buddha, Six Crown King, the ancient outlawed Skypride Jinyan, the Tao Immortal Alliance's Taoist Lanife all rushed over from various places. To them, the sudden eruption of the Yin Day was not only an opportunity, but also a form of training. Regardless of whether it was hunting Yin absolute life spirits or resisting the Yin absolute mist in the surroundings, it would help them spread their names throughout the world, accumulating public opinion. The human ancestor Pallas Saintess has entered the Yin Day. Where did she get her courage from? Six Crown King Jun Yao stood in a barren planetary region. His expression was extremely calm as he muttered to himself. There were many followers following behind him. There were also a few powerful protectors around him. They were worried that something would happen to him here. To the various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects, Six Crown King and the others were the seeds of hope for the future. They could not afford to lose them. No one could be sure that their successor would not become the next Guchanga and be targeted by all the orthodoxies. At this time, all the forces were watching their successors closely, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Amit Ba, the saintess of the human ancestor hall, is too rash this time. Golden Cicada Buddhist child placed his palms together and said while riding a golden nine-headed lion, "The human ancestor Pallas Saintess has a close relationship with Gu Changa. Could it be that she went to the Yin absolute sky alone because of Gu Changa's recent disappearance?" The heavenly phoenix maiden wore a long red dress. Her face was beautiful as she stared at the terrifying absolute Yin fog in front of her. She seemed to be deep in thought. They had no choice but to think this way because Gu Changa had disappeared from the upper realm for some time. Many people speculated that he would appear on the day before his wedding with Yu Mingkong. Undercurrents were surging in the upper realm. There were rumors everywhere that Gu Changa was the inheritor of the demonic arts, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. It was a good opportunity for him to disappear for a while and lie low. There were actually many cultivators with such thoughts. Even some who had achieved the Tao guessed so. Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, Endless Fire Nation, and many other imperishable sects were discussing how to deal with Gu Changa. At this time, who wouldn't be afraid? At this time in the longevity Gu family, Gu Changa was discussing the identity of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara with several elders. On the way back to the family, he had already discussed with the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara what to say. Many elders of the Gu family knew that Gu Changa was the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, but they never expected that this giant of the immortal ancient era would appear in the present world. Many of the family members were shocked and couldn't believe it. A few Tao attainment old ancestors appeared together. They were unable to calm down. "Since you are Changa's master, you are a guest of the longevity Gu family." The elders were extremely polite to the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, but they didn't show much respect. After all, this was the longevity Gu family's territory. No one had the right to behave atrociously. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was no exception. Hearing this, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara nodded and smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you all during this period of time." He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. Although he had heard of the mystery of the longevity Gu family in the immortal ancient era, he only understood the vastness of its foundation after truly stepping into this place. Even he felt a sense of unnaturalness, especially in the depths of the longevity Gu family. It was as if there was a supreme aura hidden in hibernation that could crush the heavens for eternity. There was more than one such aura. He understood that this was the foundation of an invincible existence, the confidence to stand in the heavens and become immortal. This was also something that no other imperishable orthodoxy or supreme sect could compare to. With this thought in mind, even the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for the longevity Gu family at this time. He didn't dare to pry into it casually. "Changa, you suddenly disappeared during this period of time. Could it be that you went to find the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara?" Soon, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was brought to a resting palace by an attendant. Several elders and ancestors surrounded Guchanga and couldn't help but ask. They were really curious about the origin of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. After all, the immortal ancient era was too far away from the present. No one knew how many eras had passed. Who would have thought that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara actually existed in this world and lived until now? If it weren't for Guchanga's solemn explanation, they would have found it hard to believe that this Taoist was the legendary ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. This was too unbelievable. It's actually a long story. When I obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara in the mortal ancient continent, I felt as if he had never fallen. Some time ago, I happened to hear the call of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, saying that he was trapped somewhere. Guchanga shook his head and explained softly. This explanation was actually very similar to what the reclusive G family said when they went to Mount Kuin to rescue their ancestor. Therefore, with a precedent, the elders didn't doubt it. They also felt that Guchanga wouldn't choose to hide somewhere and lie low for a while because of the rumors outside. I see. Sorry to trouble you. After listening to this explanation, the few enlightened ancestors nodded in realization and felt a lot of emotions in their hearts. Even in their era, they had heard of the legend of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Who would have thought that they would be able to see him in person today? They had no doubt that once the news of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's appearance spread, it would definitely cause an incomparable wave and cause a huge earthquake. Then, an elder began to analyze the current situation, and his expression gradually became serious. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's appearance at this time is actually a good thing for you, me, and the entire Gu family. The other elders nodded and also advised Guchanga. Changa, you don't have to take the many rumors out there seriously. We all know that the various orthodoxies are determined to throw dirty water on you. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Anyone with a discerning eye can see their purpose. Do they really think that the Gu family is a pushover? How dare they bully the descendant of the Gu family? This time, even if we have to turn the upper realm upside down and kill millions of miles away, we won't hesitate. At the end of their words, they could not hide their murderous intent and anger. They could not wait to lead their troops to kill the various orthodoxies and kill until the sun and moon lost their light. Thank you for your concern, elders. In fact, this matter was caused by Changa himself. The Gu family was implicated because of me. If I didn't insist on destroying hell, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction from the various orthodoxies. I was too reckless back then. Guchanga smiled warmly and said apologetically, Changa, what are you saying? What do you mean by implicating the Gu family? Your matter is the Gu family's matter. How can you and the Gu family be separated? If you say that, do you not see the Gu family as a solid backing to rely on? Since the birth of the Gu family, the longevity Gu family has never feared anyone or any power. Hearing this, the few elders frowned, appearing extremely displeased. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you have nothing to do with the inheritor of the demonic arts. On the contrary, you've always been the one pursuing the inheritor of the demonic arts. Those people insist on smearing the truth. Since ancient times, how many dazzling sky prides did not manage to grow up? In fact, they were all destroyed at the step. This happened to the Gu family. No one can tolerate it. The elders spoke one after another. They were filled with righteous indignation and saw the hypocrisy of the various orthodoxies. They did not believe that Guchanga was the inheritor of the demonic arts. From the beginning, they had never thought of this matter. Actually, I really don't want the Gu family to be involved in this matter. I already have a solution. Changa understands the Gu family's concern. Guchanga shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, unless there was no other way, he would not use the Gu family's resources. However, at that time, it would probably cause even more trouble. The longevity Gu clan's hidden treasures were not as simple as the world thought. At that time, the many secrets that Gu Changa had been hiding all this time would probably be exposed. There were pros and cons hearing Gu Changa's words. The elders had no other choice. They knew what Gu Changa meant. Unless it was a critical moment, they should not use the Gu family's resources. Since Changa has other plans, we'll do as you say. The few enlightened great ancestors looked at each other and nodded, agreeing to Gu Changa's request. After leaving the main hall, Gu Changa returned to the divine island where he usually stayed. He ordered that no one was to disturb him. At the same time, he also set up the heaven, deceiving formation around him to prevent the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord from being restless and prying. When the Inde erupts, all the orthodoxies are gathered there. I haven't shown myself in front of the world for a long time. At this time, I should go take a look and establish my authority. I don't want to be the scapegoat of the inheritor of the demonic technique. I also want to spread the news of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's appearance. Gu Changa closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock. The great Tao treasure bottle floated above his head. Wisps of gray fog drifted and fell from it. The gray fog seemed to have a life of its own. It floated in the void around him and contained an extremely terrifying corrosive power. The void kept collapsing and turning into nothingness. Then, as if it had entered the cycle of reincarnation, it began to be rebuilt. The cycle repeated again and again, making one's hair stand on end. The substance in the Inde's origin ancestral artifact was something that even enlightened great ancestors avoided, like snakes and scorpions. Even if it was just a wisp, it contained unimaginable destructive power that could destroy an ancient world. After the great Tao treasure bottle swallowed the two wells of origin, the gray fog that it condensed was many times more terrifying than the gray fog that Gu Changa encountered in the Inde. There were millions of wisps of such terrifying gray fog in the great Tao treasure bottle. If Gu Changa wanted to, he could use this gray fog to easily destroy many imperishable sections. He could even cause the various universes to wither and die, never to have any vitality. However, he was not in a hurry. He was waiting for those big fish to jump out and walk into the trap. These lower realms are far from enough. Then Gu Changa opened his eyes. Many images flashed through his eyes. The vast power of faith turned into a silver Wangyang that appeared around him. Although the dark heavenly court had not been born for long, it had already accumulated many believers. These believers came from the upper realms and billions of lower realms. Among them, there were even children of providence that Gu Changa had personally created. 2. Chapter 7:21. Among these sons of providence that he had personally created, Gu Changa even saw Wang Qi, who had been betrayed by his childhood friend and had his dantian destroyed. The son of providence that he had placed high hopes on had now gotten his revenge and was in high spirits in his original world. To Wang Qi, the existence of the dark heavenly court not only helped him take revenge, but also became his greatest reliance to step out of his original world. Of course, to Gu Changa, such a son of providence was just a leek that was growing healthily and waiting to be slaughtered. Compared to ordinary cultivators, the power of faith that a son of providence could provide was purer and deeper, and it even contained the power of providence of the original world. The dark heavenly court was like a shadow that was constantly infiltrating every corner of the upper world. After dealing with the Inde, I can make a move on the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. He should be comprehending the mysteries of the well of origin fragments these days. Gu Changa's thoughts returned, and his eyes became extremely deep. He was not in a hurry to make a move on the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate, and he was not completely confident at the moment. Of course, the main reason was that Gu Changa did not know what the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was planning. A few days later, the news of Gu Changa's appearance in the longevity Gu family quickly spread, causing a commotion everywhere. Of course, The existence of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was not leaked under the intentional instructions of the Gu family elders. Many cultivators and living beings were guessing where Gu Changa had been and where he had gone during this period. Some rumors about Gu Changa insisting on hiding and avoiding the limelight for a period of time were also dispelled. Boom! At the edge of the Inde, the universe rumbled and the void was torn apart. Ancient warships descended one after another, and flags were erected. The huge Gu word on them was ostentatious, attracting the attention of all the surrounding cultivators, who were shocked. Many figures appeared on these ancient warships, and their chi and blood surged into the sky like chaotic dragon chi that was about to penetrate the sky. On the other hand, a young man stood with his hands behind his back at the head of these ancient warships. His dark clothes fluttered with the wind, and his appearance was peerlessly handsome, while a warm smile hung on the corners of his mouth, causing him to seem like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. A hazy and blurry celestial light appeared around him. It was like the rise and fall of 3,000 ancient worlds, emitting an aura that made one's heart tremble. The moment they saw this person, all the cultivators around absolute Een sky went into an uproar, as if they couldn't believe it. It was as if a tidal wave had been stirred up in the surroundings as it swept across all the orthodoxies. Gu Changa, the expressions of the heavenly phoenix maiden, 6-crown King Junyao, the ancient monster Jinyin, the golden cicada Buddhist child, and many other young giants changed at the same time, extremely shocked. They had never thought that Gu Changa would dare to face the eyes of the entire upper realm at this time and appear at the edge of the Een sky ultimate. He was so calm and casual, as if he didn't care about all the rumors from before. Now he was bearing the burden of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. They knew that all this was a scheme by the orthodoxies to get rid of Gu Changa. However, the ordinary cultivators didn't know about this. They would only go with the flow and see Gu Changa as the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Who could say for sure how many dangers Gu Changa would encounter in this place? He's really bold. Isn't he afraid of being surrounded and killed here? 6-crown King Jun, Yao shook his head gently. It was unknown whether his words were full of emotions or mixed feelings. He really dared to come here. Is he not afraid of dying here? It seems like he didn't care about those rumors at all. This Gu Changa doesn't care about us at all. In the depths of the void, a vast and majestic aura filled the air, as if it could transform the chaos and create a new world. The enlightened patriarchs of the various orthodoxies appeared here. When they saw this scene, their expressions turned slightly ugly. They didn't expect Gu Changa to have the guts to show up. At this moment, they really wanted to make a move and get rid of Gu Changa, who was a threat to them and the forces behind them. However, the consequences of doing so were undoubtedly huge and terrifying. It would involve too many people and might even trigger the immortal war and the invincible tribulation. Therefore, they were very cautious. Even if they wanted to make a move against Gu Changa, they would plan before acting. As they thought about this, their eyes moved slightly. They sent out their divine thoughts and ordered a few powerhouses to go and test Gu Changa's current attitude. Is this the border of the Inde outbreak? At this moment, Gu Changa didn't care about the gazes of the surrounding cultivators. He stood on the ancient warship and looked at the vast gray fog in front of him as he muttered to himself. Of course, he was asking the obvious. After all, he knew very well why the Een absolute sky suddenly erupted and swept across the heavens of the upper realm. All of this was because of him. Greetings, young Lord Changa. For the past few days, the Inde has been spreading unstoppably. In a short period of time, it has swept across almost 1 million miles of territory. Now, it's still spreading to the surrounding star zones at a terrifying speed. When a veteran powerhouse heard Gu Changa's words, he couldn't help but explain with respect. Although the upper realm was saying that Gu Changa was the true inheritor of the demonic arts, many smart people could tell at a glance that this was just a false accusation. They knew very well that this was the usual trick of the various great imperishable orthodoxies. They just wanted a logical reason to deal with Gu Changa. If you want to frame someone, you can always frame them. If Gu Changa was really the inheritor of the demonic arts, why would he dare to show up at this time? If this disaster isn't stopped, I'm afraid more living beings will die. I've been delayed by something during this period. I hope I'm not too late. When Gu Changa heard this, he shook his head and seemed to sigh. So, young Lord Changa was delayed by something during this period. He didn't go into hiding because of the rumors. I knew it. How could young Lord Changa be afraid of these rumors? Yes, with young Lord Changa's character. How could he shrink back because of this? It's obvious that someone insisted on framing young Lord Changa. I don't believe that young Lord Changa is the inheritor of the demonic arts. This is framing and slandering him. The surroundings suddenly boiled over, and all kinds of voices were extremely noisy. This was especially so for the group of young Sky Prides. They were even more excited and regarded Gu Changa as their role model. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, 6 Crown King Junyao, and the others also looked at each other, speechless. They actually knew Gu Changa quite well and always felt that he wasn't such a great person. The gentle and humble appearance that he usually showed in front of the world was nothing more than a mask. It was just that what he said about being the inheritor of the demonic arts was too ridiculous. There was no evidence to prove it. Justice is in the hearts of the people. I have always done things with a clear conscience, and I am not afraid of the schemes of some people. Seeing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly. He slowly walked down from the ancient worship and stepped into the void, appearing extremely calm and casual. The boundless, interminating qi rushed toward them, as if it was going to completely devour the cultivator's divine soul. The surrounding void was distorting and even collapsing because of this aura becoming extremely blurry. However, as Gu Changa slammed his palm forward, the interminating qi in front of him began to collapse and show signs of dissipating. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked and their gazes were attracted to this scene. The enlightened ancestral patriarchs in the depths of the sky frowned, feeling that Gu Changa had other intentions. The interminating qi, this time, seems to be even more domineering than before. No wonder the sweeping momentum is so terrifying. Gu Changa frowned and waved his hand. A wisp of interminating qi curled around his hand, letting out a terrifying sizzling sound that made one's heart palpitate. His flesh was actually melting rapidly, corroded by the interminating qi. Soon, the white bones of his hand were exposed. He didn't use his dermic powers, as if he was just testing the terrifying corrosiveness of the interminating qi this time. This scene was so terrifying that it made everyone's scalp numb. Their bodies were cold, and they couldn't believe it. If I remember correctly, young Master Changa's strength is far beyond ordinary enlightened ancestral patriarchs. Even his body is being corroded. If we went over without knowing, I'm afraid we would have been devoured by the interminating qi at the first moment. It's all thanks to young Master Changa. Otherwise, we would have died for no reason. Many cultivators gulped and were somewhat fearful. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, not daring to get close to the interminating qi. What the hell is this guy doing? Is he really planning to investigate the composition of this interminating qi? Although this interminating qi is terrifying, it's not to the extent that it can corrode the body of an enlightened ancestral patriarch. The enlightened ancestral patriarchs of various clans were also puzzled when they saw the scene. They couldn't figure out Gu Changa's intention. At this moment, Gu Changa was still frowning. He ignored the terrifying pain of the corrosion and seemed to be investigating the composition of the interminating qi. Only by understanding the source of these substances can we completely solve this disaster, Gu Changa said softly as if he was explaining. This was an aura that even enlightened ancestral patriarchs weren't willing to be contaminated by, but he was willing to endure it and wasn't afraid at all. Many cultivators at the side stood up solemnly. They didn't expect Gu Changa to come here for no other reason than to stop this disaster and prevent more innocent cultivators and living beings from being buried in it. This sense of responsibility for the sake of the common people made them have no choice but to respect him. Some of the older generation cultivators who were still critical of Gu Changa before had complicated expressions on their faces. At this moment, their expressions were complicated. In any case, they didn't dare to touch the eliminating fog like Gu Changa did. Before this, only the saintess of the ancestral patriarch hall, Jiang Chuchu, took the huge risk and went deep into it. The others only watched from the periphery. When necessary, they would stop the spread of the terminating qi. I won't be able to find anything like this. Looks like I can only go in and investigate. Gu Changa shook his head lightly. His corroded finger shone brightly and quickly recovered to its original state. After all, at his current realm, rebirth from a drop of blood was just a thought. Even if his body was split up and buried in the four poles of the world, he could quickly recover to his original state and was very difficult to kill. This guy probably appeared here at this time to stand on the side of righteousness and gain a reputation for himself. With his strength, how could he be corroded by the terminating qi? In the end, if we let him solve the disaster of the terminating qi, I'm afraid the rumors of him being the inheritor of the demonic arts will be discredited. The Tao enlightened cultivators of the various clans looked at each other and somewhat understood Gu Changa's intention. Their expressions were extremely ugly. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from the crowd of cultivators in the distance. Then a murderous aura surged into the sky and turned into a terrifying sword chi that slashed towards Gu Changa. Everyone has the right to kill the inheritor of the demonic arts. Gu Changa, you've gone mad and slaughtered so many elites. Today you'll pay the price. A middle-aged man shouted angrily and charged towards Gu Changa. His eyes were red as if he had an irreconcilable feud with him. Behind this middle-aged man, there were other cultivators who also shouted angrily and charged towards him. Their cultivation wasn't strong, and they hadn't even reached the Saint Realm yet. But they dared to attack Gu Changa. Kill! Kill the inheritor of the demonic arts and return peace to the world. I want to avenge my junior brother and kill Gu Changa, the inheritor of the demonic arts. This scene alarmed everyone. Many of the cultivators hadn't reacted yet. They never thought that at this moment someone would rush forward and kill Gu Changa. Some of the cultivators who didn't know the truth widened their eyes and didn't know what to do. Haha, what is Gu Changa going to do now? If he's not the true inheritor of the demonic arts and kills these cultivators, then his performance in front of everyone just now will be for naught. But if he doesn't kill them, then he'll have to suffer this hidden loss himself. The Tao enlightened cultivators of various clans all had playful and mocking expressions on their faces. They had long expected this. After all, these cultivators were arranged by them. Their purpose was to test Gu Changa's reaction and at the same time to disgust Gu Changa. They clearly haven't reached the Saint Realm, but they want to kill Gu Changa. It's obvious that they're suicide soldiers of some forces. This move can't be said to be vicious, but it's indeed disgusting. If Gu Changa doesn't do anything, then he'll only lose people's hearts. Some young supremes, such as Six Crown King Junyao and Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, quickly reacted. Their expressions were extremely complicated. You're courting death. Young master isn't someone you can easily humiliate. Just as all the cultivators were watching these people charge towards Gu Changa, a voice suddenly rang out. A cold voice rang out in the void, followed by invisible ripples spreading out. A terrifying aura crushed down like the collapse of a mountain and the sea. At this moment, almost all the cultivators felt like they were suffocating and their bodies were about to collapse. Puff, 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 a bloody mist collapsed and spread out in the void. The suicide soldiers didn't even have time to scream before they exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. The fourth palace master of hell, Yama, who was also a heir, appeared behind Gu Changa. He was wearing a mask, a tall figure, and another iron armor. He exuded a terrifying aura that made people tremble. The void seemed to be about to collapse. He's a remnant immortal. Many Tao enlightened cultivators hiding in the dark changed their expressions at this moment. They felt uneasy and their scalps went numb. Gu Changa didn't seem to be surprised by this. His expression was calm from beginning to end. He smiled faintly, turned to look at some places in the surrounding void, and said unhurriedly. He said calmly, this time the Yin sky suddenly erupted. Did no one go to find the source? And now, the Tao enlightened cultivators of various great orthodoxies are just watching and doing nothing? Don't try to use these little tricks of yours in front of this Gu, said Gurian. Chapter 722. Oh, no, Gu Changa is going to make things difficult for us. Hearing this, the expressions of all the enlightened beings who were hiding in the dark turned ugly. Many of them felt uneasy, and their souls were trembling. They had never expected that Gu Changa would have such a terrifying remnant immortal by his side. Before this, they had not received any information about this at all. They could not help but wonder if this was a hidden force sent by the Longevity Gu clan to protect Gu Changa. Moreover, Gu Changa had directly said that those cultivators were actually the men of sacrifice arranged by the various orthodoxies in front of everyone. Doing so was equivalent to tearing apart all pretenses on the surface. He was just short of naming all the enlightened beings. The remaining cultivators around them were also extremely shocked at this moment. They all widened their eyes and looked over. Many of them actually knew that there were many enlightened beings in the dark, but they had never shown themselves. Looks like there will be a good show to watch later. Young Lord Changa is obviously going to settle the score with these enlightened beings. The disaster of terminating calamity spread everywhere. These enlightened beings were all hiding in the dark, unwilling to make a move to investigate the cause. In the end, the saintess of the human ancestor palace went alone. This is the true face of the various imperishable orthodoxies. Why would they care about the lives of ordinary cultivators like us? Why would they care about the suffering everywhere? They are only here to follow the general trend. They don't really care about our lives. I think other than the saintess of the human ancestor palace and young Lord Changa, many of the cultivators here were discussing animatedly. They were dissatisfied and angry. Compared to the disciples of the great sects, they did not have a strong background. They were just ordinary itinerant cultivators. Perhaps the forces behind them were not strong, but they had the advantage of numbers. When the disaster of terminating calamity broke out, they were also the group of people who were most likely to die and be abandoned. The various imperishable orthodoxies were high and mighty, looking down on everything coldly. Even when they sent 17 enlightened beings here, they only watched in the dark. They did not make a move to investigate the cause of the disaster of terminating calamity. Their attitude was extremely perfunctory. They even arranged for itinerant cultivators to go to their deaths, using their bodies to resist the disaster of terminating calamity. This was the true cruelty of the cultivation world, where the strong preyed on the weak. There were very few people who could make decisions for them like Gu Changa and the saintess of the human ancestor palace. Just based on this point alone, I feel that young Master Changa can't possibly be the inheritor of demonic arts. That's right. These orthodoxies must be framing him. If young Lord Changa is really the inheritor of demonic arts, I'll take my head and use it as a chamber pot. Many cultivators began to discuss among themselves. They were filled with righteous indignation and found it difficult to calm down. The faces of the powerhouses from the various orthodoxies darkened. This was especially true for the cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, the Purple Cloud Valley, and the other imperishable sects. They could feel that everyone was looking at them, making them feel uneasy. We still underestimated Gu Changa's position in everyone's hearts. Today's move is really like shooting ourselves in the foot. The enlightened Tao masters of various races standing in the void quickly calmed down, but their expressions were extremely ugly. At this time, they still did not show themselves unwilling to clash with Guchanga at this time, especially when there was an extremely mysterious remnant immortal beside Guchanga. In the current upper realm, the awakening of the enlightened Tao Masters was an invincible force. However, in front of the remnant immortal, it was still not enough. If it were not for the environment, these remnant immortals would definitely be able to take that step and ascend to the immortal Tao domain. In the various imperishable orthodoxies, the remnant immortal was also an immortal power that suppressed their foundation and would not be used easily. The appearance of this remnant immortal by Guchanga's side really shocked everyone. Guchanga's strength was unfathomable, and no one knew what level he had reached. The remnant immortal by his side alone was enough to intimidate everyone. It seems that you all don't plan to show yourselves and discuss this matter together? Seeing that the group of enlightened Tao Masters were still hiding in the dark and did not show themselves, Guchanga gently shook his head and said, as if he was not surprised. He did not hold on to the matter of the sacrificial warriors just now, because he could not get hold of the various orthodoxies' weakness. At this time, the best way was to trigger the general trend of the upper realm and push the various forces that were against him to the opposite side of everyone. Guchanga had already planned for this and was not worried about any accidents. Could it be that Guchanga is going to make a move on the great ancestors at this time? Many cultivators in front of Destined Sky felt a faint sense of threat at this time, and their expressions could not help but change, a little worried that Guchanga would suddenly make a move on them. Those terrifying ancient warships hovering in the distance had many armored knights standing on them, and their murderous auras were great deterrents. If Guchanga really gave the order, a terrifying battle would definitely break out here. They were anxious and uneasy and were extremely worried. Of course, the ordinary cultivators were very excited and felt that Guchanga was going to make a decision for them and uphold justice for them, so they were even more grateful to Guchanga in their hearts. The enlightened Tao Masters of various clans in the dark were frowning, and they were calculating the gains and losses in their hearts. They were really unwilling to show themselves, let alone discuss with Guchanga about resolving the issue of Destined Sky. If that's the case, then I'll have to resort to violence. Go and invite all the seniors of various clans out, Guchanga said with a calm expression, and he did not intend to waste any more time. Yes, young master. Received the order, and his figure disappeared on the spot. The surrounding void suddenly became blurry, and there was a terrifying field spreading out, like cracks in a spider web spreading to the surroundings. Oh no! The enlightened Tao Masters of various clans hiding in the dark immediately felt that something was wrong and wanted to escape. Dong! However, Air's speed was very fast, as if he had disappeared into thin air. His big hand slapped down in the void, and a terrifying force like billions of giant waves erupted. The enlightened Tao Masters of various clans immediately coughed up blood and shook violently. Their bones were almost broken, and they had no choice but to show themselves. The expressions of the enlightened Tao Masters of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and Endless Fire Nation were extremely ugly. They had never thought that Guchanga would be so domineering, directly ordering the remnant immortal to force all of them out. Forcing the enlightened Tao Masters out directly, such a powerful method, as expected of young Master Changa. All the cultivators were in an uproar when they saw this scene, and they were extremely shocked. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, 6 Crown King Junyao, and the others were secretly shocked. They were also the younger generation. But compared to Guchanga's power, one was in the 9 heavens, and the other was in the mud. There was no way to compare at all. Since you are unwilling to show yourself, Changa really has no choice but to use this method. Seniors, please don't be offended. Guchanga looked at the 6 enlightened Tao Masters who had ugly expressions and said with a faint smile, as if he was apologizing for his previous actions. However, the 6 of them did not hear any respect from him when he called them seniors. Guchanga, what are you trying to do? The enlightened Tao Master of Heavenly Emperor Mountain was a skinny old man with sunken eyes and a single horn on his forehead. A terrifying aura flowed around him, as if it could tear everything apart. Don't forget your current identity. You are the inheritor of the demonic arts, destined to be an enemy of the world. Are you trying to offend the factions behind us? The enlightened Tao Master of Endless Fire Nation said in an unfriendly tone. She was a short, old woman in red with a face full of wrinkles. Her lips were thin, and her eyes were faint red with a fiery glow. She was heavily injured after being slapped out of the void by Air's palm. Her expression was extremely ugly. The other 4 enlightened Tao Masters were also from different immortal factions. They had been hiding in the dark and had not shown themselves. They did not speak, but their expressions were extremely unfriendly. They did not want to have a conflict with Gu Chang'e, but it did not mean that they did not dare to. Now, almost all the factions in the upper realm had their eyes on the Inde. Could it be that Gu Chang'e still dared to commit murder at this time? Seniors, what you said is wrong. Chang'e invited you seniors to come out just to discuss the matter of the Inde of absolute darkness, so as to prevent this disaster from causing a greater threat to the common people and causing a great loss of life. We don't have any ill intentions. Could it be that you are not willing to solve the disaster of the Inde at this time? Gu Chang'e shook his head gently and smiled, his tone casual. These words made the 6 enlightened Tao Masters speechless. They did not know how to answer. Naturally, they did not dare to say that they were not willing to solve the disaster of the Inde. At that time, if they aroused the anger of the entire upper realm, even the factions behind them would not be able to bear it. Gu Chang'e, put away your petty thoughts. Who knows if you want to solve the disaster of the Inde or have other intentions? Do you think we can believe the words of the inheritor of the demonic arts? However, at this time, it was the old woman from the Endless Fire Nation who broke the silence with a sneer on her face. She first labeled Gu Chang'e as the inheritor of the demonic arts in front of everyone. As soon as she said this, the surroundings suddenly fell silent for a moment. Many cultivators also widened their eyes and could not help but shudder. This enlightened Tao Master of the Endless Fire Nation could be said to represent the will and decision of the Endless Fire Nation. In front of everyone, she directly said that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts. This was already showing her attitude. This was also the first time that the immortal orthodoxy had publicly acknowledged Gu Chang'e's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. What did this mean? The cultivators who understood all of this shuddered. They had a premonition that in the near future, the upper realm would be set off an endless storm of blood because of this. That's right. Gu Chang'e, don't forget your identity. Now, you are regarded by everyone as the inheritor of demonic arts. How can we trust you? The calamity of Inju Sky must be solved, but we can't do it with you. The expression of the enlightened Tao Master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain eased up. He also smiled faintly and regained his composure. He was very smart. He did not directly say that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts. Instead, he directly said that he was regarded as the inheritor of the demonic arts by everyone, so that Gu Chang'e would be suspected of his identity. In this way, it was reasonable for them to refuse to discuss with Gu Chang'e about solving the problem of the Inde. They were not stupid. Who knew if they would be killed by Gu Chang'e after entering the Inde with him? When he was conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions, Gu Chang'e already had the strength to match the enlightened Tao Masters. Now, who could say for sure what stage he had reached? Seeing that the situation was tilting in their favor, the other enlightened Tao Masters also smiled. How dare you? Young Master is not someone you can slander. However, the smiles on their faces did not last long. Soon they froze. Air's figure appeared again. He was cold and domineering. His eyes were cold and carried a terrifying killing intent. He directly slapped towards them. The enlightened Tao Master of the Endless Fire Nation, the old woman in red, showed a hint of fear on her face. She could not help but scream, "What are you trying to do?" Poof! Before she could finish her words, the slap landed directly on her face, causing her head to explode. Blood, mixed with teeth, suddenly splashed out in the void. It was incomparably miserable. You, the enlightened Tao Master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, saw that the situation was not good. His expression changed, and he wanted to dodge. However, Aer was a true incomplete immortal. His other hand reached down and kept expanding. Tao patterns flashed and intertwined, directly grabbing him and choking him as if he was grabbing a little chick. His face turned ashen, as if he could not breathe and was about to suffocate. The other 4 enlightened Tao Masters also showed fear on their faces. They did not expect the incomplete immortal beside Gu Changa to have such terrifying strength. They were all enlightened Tao Masters who had cultivated for millions of years. But in front of this person, they did not even have the slightest resistance. This scene also caused the surrounding people to fall into a deathly silence. They could not believe what they had just seen. Who are you to talk about young master's identity? Aer grabbed the neck of the enlightened Tao Master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain with a cold expression, as if he could squeeze him to death at any time. Of course, he did not kill. He only did it according to Gu Changa's instructions, just to humiliate the 6 of them. The old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation reconstructed her head in the distance. Her expression could not hide the fear and fear. If it wasn't for Aer controlling his strength, her body and soul would have been destroyed, and she would have died here. It seems that seniors still have a lot of prejudice against my identity. In that case, I won't force you. What exactly is going on with this absolute sky? I'll just have to investigate it myself. Seeing this scene, Gu Changa's expression did not change at all. He smiled lightly and did not ask Aer to let go. He did not want to kill these people here. The main reason was that they could not stand and even watch his identity as the inheritor of demonic arts. Originally, he did not expect these people to be stupid and enter the Inde with him. Speaking of this, Gu Changa looked at Lan Yifei in the Tao Immortal Alliance. Lan Yifei seemed to have noticed his gaze and could not help but tremble. Fear appeared on his face, but he quickly hid it. This chess piece can finally be of use at this critical juncture. I hope he won't disappoint me. Gu Changa chuckled in his heart. When he entered the Inde, if there was a young paragon here who died at the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts, what kind of shocking waves would it cause in the upper realm? Chapter 7:23. In front of the Inde, the gray fog surged like a boundless wave, wanting to destroy everyone. It was suffocating and palpitating with pressure. The void cracked as it was corroded by the sky mist. Cracks appeared. The Tao attainments of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation were either heavily injured or captured. Their faces were ashen as they felt extremely humiliated. The other 4 Tao attainments were also uneasy. They were guarding against Aer's sudden attack. Gu Changa, don't bully others with your power. We will think of a way to deal with the calamity of absolute heaven. Hearing Gu Changa's words, the Tao attainment of the Purple Cloud Valley said sternly. He was still terrified. He was really afraid of Gu Changa. It was not just because of his calm attitude at this time. Furthermore, he treated them who had attained the Tao as if they were ants. His expression did not change at all, which made him tremble. Perhaps even the true inheritors of demonic arts were not as terrifying as Gu Changa. The others who had achieved the Tao could not help but shudder. Although Aer did not attack them just now, the terrifying murderous aura still made their blood freeze and their scalps go numb. They were the ancestors of eternal sex, and when had they ever been in such a sorry state and humiliated state like they were in today? However, they did not dare to fight back. They did not have the ability and qualifications to do so. Then I'll wait and see. Seniors, don't disappoint me. Seeing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly. Then he ordered Aer to release the Tao attainments of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The ripples in front of him spread and the void became blurry. It was as if there was an endless passage that was easily torn open by him. It directly connected to the Yin sky. Soon, Guchanga walked in with air and disappeared. The silence in this place was finally broken by the noise. All the cultivators were stunned by the scene just now. They could not react for a long time. Damn it! I will take revenge for this sooner or later. Guchanga is too much. Does he really think that he can cover the sky with one hand and no one can stop him? He will pay a heavy price in the end. The fear on the face of the old woman from the Endless Fire Nation disappeared and was replaced by a thick sense of resentment and hatred. Sooner or later, he will die a horrible death in this world, just like those monsters in the past. Heavenly Emperor Mountain's Tao achieving expert also spoke with a sinister tone. He couldn't forget the suffocating feeling just now at all. Too powerful. Even at a time like this, he doesn't fear the crowd at all. Even the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King Junyao, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, and the others were speechless for a long time. This was also the first time they had seen a Tao enlightened being treated in such a humiliating manner. This was especially the case for the old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation, who had her head smashed with a single slap. This was truly shocking. Was this still the high and mighty Tao enlightened cultivator that they had seen in the past, the one who controlled the life and death of countless living beings? Does Guchanga want me to attack them? At this moment, in the ancient worship of the Tao Immortal Alliance, the blue-robed Lan Ife looked at the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King Junyao, and the others with a sinister expression. He had naturally noticed the look in Guchanga's eyes just now. He had the demonic seed that Guchanga had planted in his body. Even if they were separated by a great distance, Guchanga could still decide his life and death with a single thought. This time he had come here because he had received Guchanga's message. Otherwise, with his low profile and forbearance, he wouldn't easily appear in front of the world. Lan Ife didn't dare to reject Guchanga's request. If he was alone, he would have the courage to resist, but he had the Tao Immortal Alliance and his family behind him. If Guchanga could easily destroy hell, he could easily destroy the Tao Immortal Alliance behind him. To Guchanga, he was like a fish struggling in a quagmire. Even if he couldn't struggle, he couldn't. The eruption of Een Day this time has exposed many small worlds in the surroundings. I heard that there's an ancient cave abode. These young supremes should have come here for the inheritance in that ancient cave abode. If I choose to make my move there, my chances of success should be higher. Lan Ife sighed softly. His thoughts were in a whirl. He was considering how to proceed in order to fulfill Guchanga's request. He had rarely appeared in the outside world these past few years and had never displayed his true strength. Thus, he was still confident that he could deal with Six-Crowned King Junyao, Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak Jinyin, and the others. However, the risk was great. He still needed to consider how to not expose himself. Otherwise, the Tao Immortal Alliance would also face a calamity of destruction. Guchanga could abandon him as a chess piece at any time, but he couldn't abandon his family's orthodoxy. Besides obediently listening to Guchanga's orders, he had no other choice. From the moment he encountered Guchanga and had the demonic seed planted in him, his fate was no longer under his control. I heard that an ancient cave abode has appeared in the southeast. It seems to be related to an immortal from the immortal ancient era. I wonder if any of my fellow Taoists would like to go investigate together? Thinking of this, Lan Ife regained his calm and easygoing expression and went to greet Six-Crowned King Junyao and the others. With their strength, they couldn't help at all with the calamity in front of them. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others were watching Guchanga disappear into the Een sky when they suddenly saw this mysterious and low-key Tao Immortal Alliance Taoist come over. They were a bit stunned. Golden Cicada Buddha looked surprised. Then he put his palms together and said, "I came here with the same intention. I heard that the cave abode has a lot to do with our Buddha mountain. I only heard that a cave abode has appeared there, but I don't know the exact time," Six-Crowned King Junyao said. He was very curious about this Tao Immortal Alliance Taoist in front of him. He had met another young existence that even he couldn't see through. Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak Jean Yin glanced at Lani Fei and said lightly, "Blessed grotto heavens and heavenly treasures have always been sought by the virtuous. Since everyone is interested in exploring, why don't we use our own methods to fight for it?" He had always been strong and arrogant. He was actually more or less disdainful of the people in front of him. Lan Yifei's face was refined, and he exuded a peaceful aura. He smiled faintly and said, "I think that cave abode is our opportunity. Seeing as all of you are interested in exploring this place, I hope that all of you will be merciful when you encounter one of them." With that, he left with many young disciples of the Tao Immortal Alliance behind him. "Then I'll see you then." The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others didn't stay for long and quickly left. There were really many young supreme beings gathered here. The most famous ones were the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King Junyao, and the others, because they were born early and had cultivated with Gu Changa in the Immortal Academy. They were known by the world very early. However, it didn't mean that there were only young supreme beings here. The territory of the upper realm was so vast. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there were endless geniuses. Unless they were at Gu Changa's level, they wouldn't dare to say that they were invincible among their peers. Many young supreme beings who were born before, such as Jiang Luoshin of the Great Void Divine Clan and Yen of the Reclusive Clan, were well known. However, they didn't appear near the Inde this time. Of course, many of the young supreme beings were killed by the inheritors of demonic techniques. Their origin source was completely devoured and they had already died. That's great. Young Master Changa is going in personally. With his relationship with the Saintess, he definitely won't ignore the Saintess's safety. The elders of the Human Ancestor Palace were very excited when they saw Gu Changa disappear into the vast Inde fog. They heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, many of them knew about the close relationship between Gu Changa and Jiang Chuchu. However, because of the Human Ancestor Palace's reputation, they pretended not to know. On the other hand, after entering the Inde, Gu Changa didn't go to investigate the so-called root cause. He said that in front of everyone just to pretend to win people's hearts. He wanted to find a way to suppress the orthodoxies later. At the same time, he wanted to leave a perfect alibi for himself. Moreover, he knew very well why the Inde broke out this time. He didn't need to investigate at all. Jiang Chuchu has gone deep into this place. I'll take this opportunity to bring her back. Gu Changa thought of something else. He didn't slow down. A passageway tore through the Inde fog and spread out. After all, she was his woman. He couldn't just watch her go into this dangerous place and not do anything. Jiang Chuchu always thought too highly of the burden on her shoulders. She put the safety of the common people first and didn't even care about her own life. Gu Changa also knew that he couldn't persuade her. She was always a blockhead. She was usually quite intelligent, but in the face of such things, she couldn't think of herself first. She's so stupid. I'll have to teach her a lesson. Gu Changa shook his head gently. He could sense many auras in the Inde fog. There were powerful beasts and also the ruins of orthodoxies that were swallowed by the Inde fog. Jiang Chuchu had been in the Inde fog for a few days now. He didn't know where she was trapped. However, he wasn't worried that Jiang Chuchu's life was in danger. Her body was naturally resistant to the Inde fog. Before this, he often asked Jiang Chuchu to help him find the Inde fog so that he could steal its source. A few days passed quickly. The entire upper realm was in an uproar because of Gu Changa's appearance in the Inde fog. Previously, many orthodoxies had spread rumors that Gu Changa's true identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts had been exposed. He had no choice but to find a place to hide and lie low for a while. However, this time, Gu Changa personally appeared with many powerhouses of the Gu family. He even announced that he would find the source of the Inde fog and solve this disaster. This shocked many people, and they couldn't believe it. This was equivalent to slapping the orthodoxies who spread the rumor that Gu Changa was the inheritor of the demonic arts in the face. Before the Inde Fog, the Endless Fire Nation, and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain were humiliated and taught a lesson by Gu Changa's subordinates. This news also spread and caused a lot of commotion. A mysterious remnant immortal of unknown origin with terrifying strength. Of course, there was another matter. The orthodoxies were extremely perfunctory in their treatment of the Inde Fog. Although they sent their Tao enlightened cultivators, they didn't go in deeply from the beginning to the end, nor did they plan to investigate. This made many cultivators extremely dissatisfied and resentful. Even the many ancient existences of the true Immortal Academy couldn't hold their ground and had to speak up to quell this anger. No matter what, the largest number of cultivators in the upper realm were those itinerant cultivators and some ancient sects, not the great imperishable orthodoxies. In the face of such a major event, the great imperishable orthodoxies did nothing. Instead, they sent itinerant cultivators to their deaths, which had already aroused the anger of the common people. Of course, this was all in Gu Changa's plan. The main reason why he stood up at this time was to guide the general trend. The general trend couldn't be reversed, but it could be guided. When the general trend of heaven and earth collapsed, it was enough to destroy those imperishable orthodoxies. Moreover, at this time, Gu Changa still had a trump card in his hand. Once the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord appeared and took action, the Inde Fog would naturally be solved. However, the resentment and hatred of the common people towards the orthodoxies had not accumulated to a peak. Because of this, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and the other orthodoxies could also see Gu Changa's attitude. Many ancient existences began to discuss and plan to use other methods. In the present era, many Tao attainments had appeared. Although they could suppress an area, they were still a far cry from the remnant immortal. Looks like we can only use our trump cards. As long as Gu Changa is not eliminated, we won't be able to rest in peace. In the depths of the orthodoxy's ancestral lands, vast waves of divine consciousness converged and collided. Some existences sealed in the oldest celestial sources were also invited out to prepare at any time. Gu Changa's strength and the remnant immortal beside him had already made many people unable to eat or sleep in peace. This was a terrifying wave that swept across the entire upper realm. All the orthodoxy's forces were unavoidably implicated. The era these runes are from seems to be even more ancient. The domain touched upon is even before the immortal ancient era. Could it really be the reincarnation 9 serenities, land nurtured by heaven and earth? Could it be that I have to try again? Why don't I find an ancient universe that was previously nurtured and experiment? Meanwhile, in the longevity Gu clan, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was sitting cross-legged in his palace. Mysterious runes flashed in his eyes as he constructed some kind of strange domain. These were runes formed after the primordial ancestral artifact of Een and Heaven Shattered. During this period of time, he had been studying and comprehending it, and now he had finally made some progress. Back then, he had relied on a bowl of well water, given to him by the 6 ancestors, to embark on the path of fusing Tao fruits. To put it nicely, it was called accumulation, but to put it bluntly, it was actually devouring. However, his methods were even more cruel and indifferent. He directly chose ancient universes with deep foundations as his backyard gardens to cultivate origin Tao fruits for himself. After going through untold hardships, the ultimate powerhouses of the ancient universes finally achieved Tao and condensed Tao fruits. Just as they were about to touch the immortal realm and open the immortal door, they suddenly realized that there was a terrifying monster behind the immortal door waiting for them to devour and use them as nourishment. This was a despairing and cruel truth. However, this was what the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had been planning all along. Chapter 7:24. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's ambition was great. Ever since the immortal ancient era, he had been in hibernation until now to prove himself as an immortal king. The difference between an immortal king and a true immortal was simply difficult to describe. The gap between heaven and earth was far from enough to describe it. A flick of the finger could destroy the universe. A thought could divide the primal chaos, and a world could be opened. Moreover, what he wanted to prove was the Tao of samsara. The difficulty was even more unimaginable. Therefore, in the end, even the ancient heavenly lord of samsara had no choice but to give up this method and walk the path of devouring and condensing the source of all life. This was the profound meaning he comprehended from the bowl of well water that the 6 ancient ancestors of Een and Sky gave him. Although it was called devouring, it was more like nibbling. However, to the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, it was all the same. These runes don't seem to be complete. Why does it seem like someone did it on purpose? If it's a coincidence, then why do all the runes seem to be missing something? In the palace, the ancient heavenly lord of samsara carefully studied the mysterious runes in front of him. His expression suddenly became a little gloomy. At first, he didn't notice it. Instead, he felt the difference after continuously studying and researching it. This made him feel a little incredulous. Originally, there was nothing strange about comprehending these runes alone. However, if they were connected together, he would find that they were extremely disjointed. If some of the runes could be connected together to form a special meaning, he wouldn't doubt it. However, between each rune, there seemed to be a section missing coincidentally. This feeling of being neither up nor down was like flipping through a broken scripture, with a large section missing in the middle of each page. Could it be that Guchanga is playing with me? How did he do it? How did he do it? The ancient heavenly lord of samsara's expression was gloomy. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the territory of the longevity Gu family, he wanted to find Guchanga and personally ask him. However, his thoughts soon returned. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara knew that Guchanga had already left the family and wasn't here. What secret is this guy hiding from me? The samsara ancient celestial sovereign narrowed his eyes. He did not intend to alarm Guchanga, but he was very interested in the secret he was hiding. Originally, he had planned on leaving the longevity Gu family and heading to the ancient universes that he had been cultivating in the past to test out the runes that he had recently comprehended. However, he suddenly found out that Guchanga might have other complete runes. Instead, he wanted to know Guchanga's secret and interrogate him for the runes. Forget it. This old man will wait for him in his clan for a while longer. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign closed his eyes again and stood still like a boulder. At this time, in the depths of the absolute Een sky that was shrouded in fog, a white-clothed beauty with a cold expression was currently enveloped in clear light as she fought against many Een absolute life spirits. Streaks of cyan flood-like, sword radiance, swept downwards like a boundless drizzle. They pierced through the great mist in the surroundings, causing many Een-terminating creatures to explode. Although her attacks were very strong and fierce, there were simply too many Een absolute life spirits around her. They were like locusts that covered the sky and covered the earth. There was simply no way to kill them all. Even at this time, she showed signs of exhaustion. She swallowed many flashing pills and spirit herbs to recover the power of her chi and blood. The source of the Een sky's outbreak this time is really too difficult to trace. It's as if it's inexplicable and sudden. This white-clothed beauty was naturally the human ancestor palace's saintess, Jiang Chuchu. She frowned slightly, and her clothes were stained with blood. While fighting against the Een absolute life spirits, she was quickly retreating. Originally, she had planned to leave this place and return to a safe place if she could not find any clues. However, who knew that the Een sky's outbreak this time did not seem to be the source. Moreover, the number of Een absolute life spirits was beyond imagination. It was far more than any previous Een sky's outbreak. Jiang Chuchu was not weak, and she had many life-saving techniques. However, she had encountered many life-threatening situations and only managed to escape with her life. It seems like I can only return to a safe place. There's really nothing I can do about the Een sky's outbreak this time. As Jiang Chu thought of this, she sighed regretfully. Her white robes fluttered, leaving only afterimages as she quickly disappeared from where she was. Those in absolute life spirits were like maggots in a tarsal bone. They chased after her closely. Boom! The void shook violently, and a thick fog was suddenly pierced through. Many absolute life spirits screamed and exploded. Among them there were a few terrifying creatures with scarlet eyes and huge bodies. They were surrounded by thick gray fog. They tore through space and charged toward Jiang Chu. On their ferocious huge palms, sharp blades flickered with red Dao laws. Like a Wang Yang, they were about to drown everything. All the living creatures in front of them instantly exploded under this wave. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. These were quasi-emperor level ferocious beasts. Their minds had long been corroded by the absolute mist. All that was left was a frenzied will to kill. Jiang Chu's aura had alarmed them. Their only remaining thought was to tear apart this insignificant human in front of them. Oh no! Why are there so many quasi-emperor level ferocious beasts here? Jiang Chu, who was quickly passing through this space, felt this aura. Her expression changed slightly and her brows furrowed. She was very clear about her own strength. If she faced a quasi-supremacy or a supremacy, she still had a chance to fight to the death. However, if she faced a quasi-emperor ferocious beast, only death would await her if she did not escape. There was no other possibility. Previously, she had encountered a quasi-emperor ferocious beast and only managed to escape with her life by a hair's breadth. This time, she was not sure if she would be so lucky. There were a total of 3 quasi-emperor ferocious beasts in front of her. Each of them was like an ancient star standing in the vast fog. They were huge and boundless. Their eyes were like lakes, and they reached out with their huge palms, shattering everything. Even the space became stagnant. Strands of Tao laws kept collapsing, crushing down like a waterfall. Boundless energy surged like a sun, slamming into the void, nothing it couldn't break. Jiang Chu did not expect that after these ferocious beasts' minds were corroded, they still had such terrifying divine ability laws. They were not much weaker than a quasi-emperor at their peak. She immediately took out her life-saving treasure. A golden page of a decree appeared above her head and flipped through the pages. Mysterious and ancient runes appeared one after another, flickering with a dazzling brilliance. They contained unfathomable and terrifying power. In this golden decree, the aura of those who had attained the Tao intertwined. It was like a brilliant sun, illuminating this dark land. As the saintess of the human ancestor palace, she naturally did not lack all kinds of rare treasures and decrees. However, these things were also limited. They only contained one attack of those who had attained the Tao. In this world, there were not many materials that could withstand the power of those who had attained the Tao. It was extremely difficult to refine such a Dharma artifact. Apart from those extremely favored young primes in the various imperishable orthodoxies, ordinary cultivators would not be able to see such a rare item. Jiang Chu did not have many of them. She had used up a lot earlier. Boom! As this golden decree appeared, a terrifying and dazzling destructive aura erupted. The 3 quasi-emperor level ferocious beasts finally showed a hint of fear in their eyes as they sensed the aura of their natural predator. They turned around and fled, not daring to give chase. Fortunately, the deterrence worked. Seeing this, Jiang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. She was not surprised and was about to leave. However, in the next moment, her hair stood on end. She felt as if all the blood in her body was about to freeze. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly filled the air. An incomparably huge mouth, like a vast abyss, filled with endless blood-colored fangs, suddenly opened in the thick fog not far away, swallowing all living things. This was too horrifying. The entire world seemed to have sunk into absolute darkness all of a sudden. It was as if the entire sky had been completely swallowed by this huge mouth. Jiang Chuchu's golden decree didn't even last for a single breath before it cracked open with a cracking sound. It turned into golden light that filled the sky and dissipated without a trace. The three quasi-emperor-level ferocious beasts did not even have time to scream before they were bitten by this huge mouth. They exploded like three little chicks. The boundless, absolute mist was like a tidal wave that was sucked into his stomach, and it emitted a surging sound of furious waves that covered the sky, and it was sufficient to make the hearts and livers of all the cowardly cultivators split apart. This invisible, seemingly boundless, terrifying figure was simply too frightening. He had no idea how big it was at all. Only that huge mouth was like a bottomless abyss. Its blood-red fangs were everywhere, enough to tear apart the body of a Tao enlightened cultivator. Could this be the legendary plenilune immortal beast? Didn't I hear that it was extinct long ago? Why would there be traces of it in the sky? It took Jiang Chuchu a long time to recover from this cold state. She seemed to be in disbelief. She had only seen records of this terrifying immortal beast in some ancient books in the human ancestor palace. It could swallow heaven and earth and was almost omnipotent. There were even rumors that the plenilune immortal beast nurtured the universe in its stomach. This gigantic beast that was so ferocious that it made people tremble in fear seemed to be a plenilune immortal beast that had been corroded by the fog. Its origin was untraceable and hard to imagine. In Jiang Chuchu's opinion, it was more like it was buried in the sky in ancient times. Later on, it woke up and gave birth to another spirit for some reason. She even felt that once this plenilune immortal beast that had been corroded by the fog entered the upper realm, it would set off endless waves and cause a monstrous massacre. It would destroy everything. Even the golden decree that contained a Tao enlightened cultivator's attack was swallowed by it and turned into fragments that filled the sky. Perhaps even a Tao enlightened cultivator would be reduced to food in front of it. Its body was too huge and boundless. It was as if it could occupy the entire universe and crush the endless world. Was it just sleeping before? To the upper realm, this is the real disaster. Jiang Chuchu's expression returned to calmness. Looking at the deep darkness that made people's hearts palpitate, she knew that she could not escape death. In this vast and endless sky, no one knew what other great horrors were hidden. The awakened plenilune immortal beast seemed to have been starving for countless years. It swallowed heaven and earth and ate everything. Everything in front of it was its food. Even the spirit that was as strong as a quasi-emperor was no exception. She was naturally the same. Chapter 7:25. The dark, moon-gazer serpent's body was too huge, and it stood in the thick and boundless, terminating fog. Its huge mouth swallowed the heavens and the earth, and it was like a bottomless abyss. It seemed to have no will, and it was only relying on instinct to devour all living beings and substances around it. In the depths of the fog, there were several terrifying auras. They were huge beasts that had reached the Tao attainment realm. They felt the fluctuations here and wanted to escape in fear. However, the dark moongazer serpent's huge mouth emitted an endless suction force. It bit down, and even the heavens and the earth were completely covered in darkness. Those ferocious beasts didn't even have time to cry out before they were swallowed. Its strength is far beyond ordinary Tao attainment realm cultivators. Jiang Chuchu's body was surrounded by green light as she stood in the fog. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her black hair wrapped around her beautiful face. Her expression was cold and solemn. In front of this invisible, dark moongazer serpent, she was not even as small as a speck of dust. Not to mention her, even those beasts with eyes as big as stars were as small as dust in front of this dark moongazer serpent. The dark moongazer serpent swallowed the vast, interminating fog. The boundless, interminating sky trembled because of the awakening of this dark moongazer serpent. The surrounding void was collapsing. Large swaths of terminating creatures were like mayflies in Wangyang. Under this kind of beating, they collapsed with a bang. What a pity! I haven't waited for him to marry me. Jiang Chu raised her sparkling eyes and looked at the dark moongazer serpent that she couldn't see its body. She whispered to herself. At this moment, she didn't choose to resist. She just stood quietly in the void. She knew that it was useless to resist. Under the absolute suppression, even Dao Attainment Realm cultivators would die here and become the dark moongazer serpent's food. Therefore, at this moment, she was exceptionally calm and in despair. However, there was still some regret in her heart. Some things couldn't be done after all. Chang'e, many memories and thoughts flashed through Jiang Chuchu's mind. A figure appeared in her mind, and her expression gradually became absent-minded. It seemed that even the boundless dark moongazer serpent had disappeared. She didn't know if she was hallucinating, but at this moment, she actually saw Gu Chang'e's figure. He was still dressed in black robes. He was handsome, elegant, and peerless. His eyes were deep and calm, yet there seemed to be a trace of anger. Maybe I miss him too much. Why is he here? The corners of her mouth curled into a self-deprecating smile. She felt that this was too unrealistic. It was unknown where Gu Chang'e was hiding in the upper realm. So how could he appear in the Yin Day of absolute darkness? Boom! However, in the next moment, a terrifying sword chi that seemed capable of tearing apart the river of time slashed over from afar. It carried boundless killing intent as it surged endlessly. This strand of sword chi was too terrifying. It was like the convergence of a myriad of strands of sword light, and it was dazzling and resplendent. It was coiled with numerous laws of the sword Tao, and its offensive intent was capable of destroying everything. All of the interminating fog and living beings collapsed under this sword energy, as if a path had been cleared. The dark moongazer serpent, which was devouring countless interminating beings, also let out a pained cry. Heaven and earth shook, and a vast dark rain of blood appeared, watering this withered universe. Even the tyrannical body of the dark moongazer serpent was torn open with terrifying wounds, revealing the corroded, dark skeleton. There were even many dark stars floating within, as if it truly contained a decaying and incomplete ancient universe. It let out a pained cry. Its remaining instincts told it that an unimaginable existence had arrived here, and it could threaten its current life and death. Rumble! The entire universe was trembling. Gray fog filled the sky and rushed in all directions. In the Yin Day of absolute darkness, it was as if a monstrous wave had been set off. The dark moongazer serpent felt a terrifying threat. It kept squirming its body, wanting to hide and find another place to eat. What's going on? Jiang Chu was also shocked by this sudden scene. Her beautiful eyes were slightly stunned, as if she couldn't believe it. She was just thinking about how Gu Chang'e suddenly appeared here and forced the dark moongazer serpent to retreat with a single sword strike. This was too unbelievable and dreamy. She almost wondered if she was hallucinating. And in the fog in the distance, Gu Chang'e's figure was rapidly materializing, and in the blink of an eye he landed beside her. His expression was calm and profound. His sleeves were as dark as ink, fluttering in the fog. However, Jiang Chu could feel his anger. Chang'e, begging for fresh flowers, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the upper realm right now? Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Her face was full of surprise and disbelief. She could naturally tell that the Gu Chang'e in front of her was the real person, and was definitely not an illusion. Her voice was no longer as cold and calm as before. It was trembling, slightly, and stuttering. Why was it that every time she was in danger or in trouble, Gu Chang'e would appear, like a god descending from the heavens, to solve everything for her? But this time, Gu Chang'e was still facing a huge crisis. His identity as the inheritor of demonic arts had almost been exposed. He actually took such a huge risk to come here to look for her. If I had come half a step later, you would have been eaten by this dark moongazer serpent in front of you. 0-inch Jiang Chu-Chu, you've really become capable and bold. You barged into this place alone and even encountered a dark moongazer serpent that's comparable to a remnant immortal. Gu Changa said lightly. His tone was very calm and even had a hint of mockery and indifference. However, Jiang Chu-Chu did not care about his tone at this moment. She knew that Gu Changa was very angry because he was worried that something would happen to her and her life would be in danger. She suddenly stuttered a little, and her hands were a little difficult to place. She did not know what to do. I also wanted to find the root of the problem of Een Ju Sky for the people, so I took the risk to come here. You, don't be angry, okay? She was very anxious and could only explain to Gu Changa like this, trying to calm him down. After all, Gu Changa was right. If he had been a step slower, she would have died in the mouth of the dark moongazer serpent today. Moreover, she also knew that she was really careless this time. She thought that she had many life-saving methods, so she came deep into Een Ju Sky. One had to know that many who had achieved the Tao did not dare to set foot in this place for fear of losing their lives. Moreover, she was only an insignificant, great sage realm cultivator. A true Tao attainment expert would only need a wisp of pressure to kill her. Most importantly, Gu Changa was taking the risk of becoming enemies with the world to come here to look for her. She had caused him a lot of trouble for no reason, and even exposed his tracks, attracting countless enemies. 2. Chapter 7:26. The interminating fog that filled the sky collapsed, revealing a large, desolate star region. The remnants of the terrifying sword intent still lingered in the air, causing many of the interminating spirits to explode. Changa, don't be angry. I'm sorry, I was too full of myself. I shouldn't have taken such a big risk and implicated you. I'm sorry. Jiang Chu-Chu looked helpless as she kept explaining to Gu Changa. However, Gu Changa still had a cold expression on his face. His eyes were indifferent, as if he couldn't be bothered with her. He wasn't really angry. He just wanted to let Jiang Chu-Chu understand that this kind of thing could never happen again. She hadn't reached the quasi-supreme level yet, but she relied on a few protective items to enter the Een-terminating sky. She even encountered a dark full moon that was comparable to a remnant immortal. She wasn't simply courting death. She was simply extremely stupid. If Gu Changa hadn't come to the Een-terminating sky, she would have died long ago. You're not just fooling around anymore. Gu Changa said indifferently, his gaze falling on her beautiful face. I know. I won't be so reckless next time. Jiang Chu-Chu felt extremely guilty when she heard this. She didn't look cold and arrogant at all. In front of Gu Changa, she couldn't maintain her aloof appearance as the saintess of the human ancestor hall. His actions would affect her emotions. At this time, she only wanted to explain clearly and let Gu Changa calm down. If it weren't for her, Gu Changa wouldn't have come all the way here. In the end, it was all her fault. If there's a next time, I won't be able to save you. Gu Changa shook his head gently, as if he couldn't do anything to her. The anger on his face gradually disappeared. I know there won't be a next time. Jiang Chu-Chu nodded softly. She raised her bright eyes and looked at him. She couldn't hide her touched and happy expression. Why did you suddenly come here? She could not help but ask as she recalled this matter. Although she guessed that Gu Changa must have found out about her trespassing into the Een sky and rushed over, fearing that something bad would happen to her life. But she still wanted to hear it from him personally. I was just passing by. Gu Changa glanced at her and said, I wanted to show up and stop those spreading rumors, but I didn't expect you to come so deep into this place. Could it be that you really think that I came all the way here to save you? Those aren't rumors. Jiang Chu-Chu blinked and told him the truth. She looked at him angrily and said, You're talking nonsense. You're obviously worried about my safety so you rushed here regardless of everything. Gu Changa shrugged helplessly and said, "Why do you think so much of yourself? You are so stubborn." Jiang Chu did not care about this at all. Instead, her heart was filled with joy and gratitude. She rolled her eyes at Gu Changa. She knew that he had always been like this. Of course, if it weren't for her overly arrogant personality, she would have jumped into his arms like other girls. Gu Changa was willing to risk exposing his whereabouts and being hunted down by various orthodoxies to find her. To Jiang Chu, this was more important than anything else. No amount of words could compare to actual actions. "Looks like you're not injured." Gu Changa shook his head slightly and looked at her carefully. Seeing that she was not injured, he was really relieved. Jiang Chu's body was indeed special. If an ordinary person entered this place and was crushed by the dark full moon's aura, they would lose their mind and be corroded by the Yin mist. But she was completely fine. "Before I came here, I prepared many protective Dharma artifacts. As long as I don't encounter a ferocious beast like that dark full moon, I won't have a problem staying alive," Jiang Chu explained. Gu Changa nodded, then looked in the direction where the dark full moon had escaped. Before this, he had also subdued the dark full moon immortal beast. He found it when he was searching for the heavenly palm tower in the Purple Mountain. He named that little dark full moon immortal beast Little White, and it followed Gucini. In terms of size, it was far less terrifying than this dark full moon. It could only be described as tiny. Gu Changa even suspected that this dark full moon's body was nurturing an incomplete ancient universe. This made him feel a little tempted. He was worried that he could not find a suitable universe to set up a big net. This dark full moon in front of him was a very suitable choice. Thinking of this, Gu Changa asked Jiang Chu to wait for him here first. His figure quickly swept away. An entire universe quickly disappeared under his feet. The boundless Yin fog was incomparably vast, and one could not see the end or the end. However, it did not affect Gu Changa's perception of the dark full moon's aura. He quickly chased after it, cutting through the universe in front of him and rushing through the void. "You have to be careful." Jiang Chu watched Gu Changa leave and couldn't help but say to him. She knew that Gu Changa's strength was very terrifying and had reached the point where he was invincible in the upper realm, but she still couldn't help but worry. After all, that dark full moon immortal beast strength was definitely not just in the immortal realm at its peak. It had been buried in the Yin sky for countless years. After waking up again, it was still comparable to a remnant immortal. Boom! In this Yin fog, an earth-shattering sound of waves quickly sounded, as if the entire universe was trembling. The dark full moon's body was too huge and boundless. Even if it wanted to escape by instinct, the momentum created was unimaginable. Although its intelligence was not high, it could still feel the terrifying malice of the human who had injured it just now. This made it, who stood at the top of the food chain in the entire cultivation world, feel fear and fear. Although the dark full moon immortal beast's body is huge, it is not unchanging. I don't know if it can be taken into the inner universe. Gu Changa's speed was very fast. In an instant, he swept across the endless distance and caught up with the dark full moon. In front of that almost suffocating and terrifying body, Gu Changa was so small that he was not even comparable to a speck of dust. However, he still gave the dark full moon an endless and terrifying feeling of suffocation. In its eyes, there was a human-like tremble of fear. In the dark full moon's memory, everything in this world, including matter and living beings, was its food. However, this tiny human in front of it gave it a feeling of facing its natural enemy, a feeling of fear and dread that came from the depths of its soul. Therefore, the dark full moon only wanted to escape. However, its body was too huge, and there was no end to it. It was difficult to avoid Gu Changa's pursuit. It seems that there is still some consciousness left. This is easy. Chang'e did not want to waste time and chose to directly attack. Although the dark full moon was comparable to a remnant immortal, it could only rely on its racial talent and terrifying body to easily devour those who had attained the Tao. Compared to a real remnant immortal, it was much weaker. Boom! Chang'e made his move. With a shake of his sleeve, tens of thousands of sword qis separated in all directions of the universe, emitting a bright and brilliant light. They were like tens of thousands of stars, shining brightly in this place. These tens of thousands of sword qis were arranged according to the order of the stars in the heavens. When they appeared, they were filled with shocking and endless killing intent, as if they had been tempered for several eras and carried the killing intent of hundreds of millions of living beings. Although the great celestial fiend formation from hell had not reached the level of 10 people controlling the sword. However, under Chang'e's research, even if it was just a single formation, it could erupt with a brilliant and invincible power. Especially this formation, it could directly seal this universe, making it difficult for the dark full moon to escape. Screech, screech, screech! A sharp sound like a demonic sound came from the dark full moon's mouth. It had a terrifying, penetrative power. Those sound waves spread out like ripples, easily cutting through everything like the edge of a blade. The surrounding Yin creatures did not have time to scream before they directly collapsed and exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The dark full moon's huge mouth was like an abyss, and its sharp fangs were black. Suddenly, it bit toward Chang'e fiercely. It was not stupid. After knowing that Chang'e was going to attack it and that there was no hope of escaping, it showed its ferocious and crazy side. However, Chang'e had already expected this and was not surprised. Chi, chi, chi! Thousands of brilliant rays of sword chi fell like heavenly punishment, overflowing with murderous intent. They directly cut through the dark full moon's body and pierced through its bones. This was a hair-raising scene. Terrifying bloody holes exploded on that seemingly endless body. Black rain surged, as if wanting to drown this universe. Each ray of sword chi was condensed from the power of laws. Although they were not divine weapons, their sharpness far exceeded that of divine weapons. Even the dark moongazer serpent held in pain. Its huge body quickly shrank in an attempt to reduce the pain. It really can control its size. When Chang'e saw this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He originally wanted to subdue this dark full moon, but considering its huge body, how to take it into the inner verse had become a big problem. Now that the dark full moon felt pain and could not help but shrink its body, this was an excellent opportunity for Chang'e. With this thought in mind, Chang'e summoned Aer and ordered him to attack the dark full moon. Usually, Aer was in the inner verse and did not appear in the outside world. After Chang'e entered the Inen sky, he took Aer back into the inner verse. Boom! A divine spear made of nether iron and divine gold swept across, emitting a misty green light that seemed to be able to split the entire universe. It was extremely powerful. Aer was the most ancient figure in hell other than the Lord of Hell, and his strength was also a true incomplete immortal. Even if Chang'e did not make a move, Aer alone would be more than enough to suppress this dark full moon. The dark full moon also did not expect that at this time there would be an existence with an aura that made it feel fear. It became even more irritable, and its terrifying aura was vast and mighty, causing this universe to begin to collapse. More and more Inen fog rushed out of those cracks and flooded the outside world. This universe was originally incomplete. After experiencing the battle between Chang'e, the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, and the 6 ancient ancestors, it had become even more tattered. Now it was even more devastated. There were terrifying cracks everywhere, and the spatial barrier was directly shattered, causing the endless Inen fog to rush out of those cracks as if it had suddenly found a vent. Boom! The battle here did not last long. The dark full moon could not resist Aer's terrifying attack at all. In the almost constant pain it let out a wail, and its huge body continued to shrink. In the end, thousands of brilliant sword lights fell and turned into the law of the sword. They slashed into its body and turned into chains to bind it. Guchanga took out a spatial artifact and used his great magic power to open up a void in it, keeping the dark full moon. Then he put this spatial artifact into the innerverse. After all, his current innerverse had not reached the level of the upper realm. If the dark full moon broke free from those laws, it might pose a threat to his innerverse. After that, Guchanga turned into a ray of divine light and went to meet up with Jiang Chuchu, intending to leave this Inen sky. Along the way, he found a reason and casually explained the reason and source of the outbreak on the Inen sky, so that Jiang Chuchu would give up and understand that this was not something she could interfere in. Chapter 7:27. This cave seemed to have been searched by someone in the past. Some of the restrictions have already decayed, becoming extremely damaged. Could it be that we are a step too late? Has this place already been found by someone else? Meanwhile, at this time in an open small world not far from where Inde erupted in the higher realms, purple mist rose, multicolored light pervaded the air. Many vast ancient trees extended outwards, incomparably majestic. The divine mountains were ancient, lofty, and majestic, as if ancient giants towered between heaven and earth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streak after streak of divine rainbows flew past the heavens. Many young heavenly talents and cultivators rode on flying swords, magical artifacts, and Tao cauldrons, exploring this small world. Besides some stone crevices or mountain streams, one could often see a few ancient medicinal herbs that were enshrouded in spiritual light. They were extremely valuable, extremely difficult to find in the outside world. Of course, there were many vicious beasts here, some the size of small mountains, some spreading their wings and spitting out poisonous mist, incomparably sinister and terrifying. This small world was normally hidden in the void, sealed by many restrictions. Now that Inde erupted, many of the restrictions outside were torn apart. This caused the aura here to leak out, attracting many cultivators coming here to search for treasures. Many people guessed that this was a certain immortal seclusion cave before the immortal ancient, and there was still an extremely ancient aura left behind. Of course, if it was a true immortal's cave, even those who achieved the Tao might be startled. Many of the older generation instead felt that this was merely a certain immortal's cave dwelling, not a place of seclusion, cultivation. Despite this, they could more or less obtain a bit of immortal aura, comprehending something from it. For them, this was a lifetime of benefit. After a few young supreme beings appeared here, they also began to search for the many ancient tablets and incomplete scriptures. Or they went up to some stone cliffs in front of precipices, comprehending the traces left behind by that immortal, trying to deduce something from it, thus helping their cultivation advance a step further. Of course, if they could obtain 20 of the immortal's carvings, then that couldn't be better. How can something left behind by immortals be found by ordinary people? If there is an opportunity here, then it can only land in my hands. A young supreme being with a tall figure dressed in golden clothes, his golden hair seemingly shining, was currently walking between the mountains and rivers. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but there's a type of rhythm to it, shuttling through this place. There were quite a few followers following behind him. There were people from various races, and they were all extremely powerful. Their vitality was astonishing. This person was none other than the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley, Jin Yin. He was extremely conceited, and felt that among his peers there were very few who could withstand a single palm strike from him. That was why he wasn't willing to travel with the other young supreme beings, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King, and the others, bringing his followers to explore this place alone. Moreover, he also had a special eye technique called the Golden Divine Eye, which allowed him to see the direction of the flow of all kinds of chi in the world. Living beings had life energy, Dead objects had death energy, and spiritual objects naturally had spirit energy. Anything left behind by an immortal would naturally contain immortal chi. When he entered this small world, Jin Yin sensed that there was an extremely extraordinary aura circulating somewhere. Jin Yin was very smart. He deliberately separated himself from the other young supremes, then took a detour and walked towards that special place. There weren't many cultivators in this direction, so he didn't put anyone in his eyes. As an ancient freak, he was extremely confident in his own strength. Apart from Gu Changa, that type of existence that couldn't be measured with common sense, he was confident in defeating everyone else. Soon after, the sky darkened. In this small world, there were also stars and moons moving about, day and night alternating. Heaven and earth were hazy, many radiances interweaving and swirling. Many young heavenly talents all found a place to rest, sitting down cross-legged, waiting for daybreak to explore this place again. It was different from the peace during the day. At night, this small world seemed a bit restless. He actually headed towards this place. Seems like this is indeed an excellent opportunity. This is an extremely suitable prey. Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak. In a camp somewhere, a blue-robed man was sitting cross-legged on a rock with many of his fellow disciples. He seemed to be taking a rest. Suddenly he opened his eyes. His face was refined and clean, his eyes clear. From time to time, strands of golden light would flash past within them. Even his hair had hazy radiance falling, his entire being exuding a type of transcendent aura. He was one with heaven and earth. Natural with Tao, his state of mind was peaceful, and even his breathing seemed to carry some kind of special Tao rhyme. As a true body of Tao Yuan, this extremely mysterious physique had only appeared a few times in the upper realm since ancient times. He indeed had such confidence. This physique was naturally compatible with Tao, and even at birth, the true essence of Tao was born in the body, which could absorb the power of all things in the world. As long as the spirit was not destroyed, the magical power would not be exhausted, and could be said to be endless, in an innate position of invincibility. Moreover, he had Gu Changa's demonic seed in his body, so there was no need to consider whether he could kill a young supreme being of the same generation. Lan Yifei looked around and saw that all his fellow disciples were resting with their eyes closed. The disciples in charge of patrolling didn't notice anything unusual on his side. 15 minutes should be enough. I'll take his origin and return. His eyes suddenly became extremely deep, and he seemed to sigh helplessly. Then his sleeves shook slightly, leaving behind an indistinguishable Taoist body, while his real body turned into a shadow and quickly disappeared. On the other side, a slender girl in a wide-sleeved, flowing fairy dress, cold like a fairy, was walking towards a certain place in this small world under the moonlight with a big red bird. She frowned from time to time, as if she was arguing with the big red bird beside her, and her little mouth was muttering something. This place, is there really that kind of elixir? Outside the In Sky Ultimate, a blurry space passage was torn open. Gu Changa and Jiang Chuchu's figures emerged from it. Both of their robes were clean, and there was not a speck of dust on them, as if they were a pair of celestial lovers. They did not look like they had walked out of a terrifying place filled with countless dangers, and there was not a single injury on them, and their auras were calm and natural. The pupils of the few Taoists from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and the Purple Cloud Valley shrank slightly, and then they quietly looked away. They did not expect that Gu Changa would be able to escape from the Innet sky in such a short time. He even brought the saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chuchu, out with him. It's young Lord Changa. Young Lord Changa. He even brought the saintess out with him. Looking at the figures of Gu Changa and Jiang Chuchu, many of the cultivators and living beings around them could not help but exclaim in surprise. The living beings of the various orthodoxies all looked over at them, and they were extremely shocked. That's great, the saintess is out. Luckily, she's safe and sound, if something happened to the Saintess, how could we face the patriarchs? Thank goodness young Lord Changa is here. This is great. This is great. The many elders of the human ancestor palace who were waiting here were extremely excited, and they all gathered around. All the cultivators here were extremely excited. They were pleasantly surprised by the appearance of Gu Changa and the Saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chu. The Yin Sky Ultimate was an extremely dangerous place, and even those who had achieved the Tao did not dare to enter it. The Saintess of the human ancestor palace was willing to risk her life and enter it to find a solution for the sake of all living beings. This kindness was enough to make all living beings remember it in their hearts, and they would be eternally grateful. The Saintess of the human ancestor palace was only of the younger generation, and her cultivation level was not even at the quasi-supreme level. The Tao enlightened existences of the other imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects around them, however, did not dare to move forward. With such a comparison, it was obvious who was superior. In the eyes of many living beings and cultivators, even those who had achieved the Tao were far inferior to the Saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chu. Moreover, even if Gu Changa was framed as the inheritor of the demonic technique, he still risked making the entire world his enemy to come here and find a solution for the sake of all living beings. The two of them were willing to go through fire and water for the sake of all living beings, and everyone was moved and impressed. Saintess, are you all right? Jiang Chu looked at the familiar surroundings with a somewhat absent-minded expression. Compared to the peace of the outside world, the Yin ultimate sky was gloomy and deathly silent. There was a frightening aura, and it was extremely oppressive. This made her feel as if she had seen the light of day again. Seeing that the human ancestor palace's elders had rushed over, they asked with concern. A gentle arc was revealed on her beautiful and cold face. She gently shook her head and said, "I'm fine. It's all thanks to young Master Changa. If he hadn't rushed over here and saved me, I'm afraid that I would have been buried in the mouth of those extreme Yin fierce beasts and become their food." A hint of fear and lingering fear appeared on her face as she spoke. Seeing this, everyone sighed. They did not doubt the human ancestor palace's Saintess Jiang Chu's words. There was no need to say more about the dangers of the Yin ultimate sky. They could guess that if an ordinary person entered it, there would be nothing left of them, and their body and soul would be destroyed in an instant. The fact that the human ancestor palace's Saintess could hold on for so long until Gu Changa went to rescue her was already an extraordinary talent. "Thank you, young Master Changa." Hearing this, the human ancestor palace's elders cupped their hands and thanked Gu Changa gratefully. Although it was said that Gu Changa was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, only they knew whether it was true or not. "It's all right. Saintess Chu and I are very close. How can I let her be in danger?" Gu Changa said with a smile. There was a refreshing smile on his handsome face. "Rumor has it that the human ancestor palace's Saintess is young Master Changa's lover. It seems that it's true. He was willing to take such a huge risk to save her. If only one person could do that, what more could he ask for in life?" When the surrounding female cultivators saw this scene, their eyes were filled with astonished splendor and envy. Naturally, they were also extremely envious. They really wanted someone to step forward and rescue them at such a critical moment. Of course, they also knew that it was just wishful thinking. Gu Changa was a banished immortal from the 9 heavens, while they were mere specks of dust in the swamp. They could only look up to him, but could not touch him. The human ancestor palace's Saintess was not just a title. Her appearance alone was far superior to them, enough to make countless geniuses in the upper world pale in comparison. At this moment, Jiang Chu, who had been catching up with the human ancestor palace's elders, suddenly had a cold look in her eyes. Her hair danced in the wind, and her cold and aloof aura was swept away. There was even a biting valiance as she coldly swept her gaze in the direction of the heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and the endless Fire Nation. Her voice was calm, but it spread clearly. From today onwards, any orthodoxy that accuses young Master Changa of being the inheritor of demonic arts will be seen as opposing the human ancestor palace. Her voice was very cold. It lacked the usual calmness and was filled with killing intent. Her tone left no room for doubt and allowed no rebuttal. When they heard this, all the cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they had goosebumps. They widened their eyes as if they were doubting their own ears. A commotion broke out immediately. It was as if a meteorite had crashed into the deep sea, stirring up huge waves. "What? Saintess, what are you saying?" The human ancestor palace's elders also widened their eyes in disbelief. However, some people reacted quickly. They understood the meaning behind Jiang Chuchu's words in front of all the cultivators. It was not just an attitude. It was also a message to the endless Fire Nation, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and the other orthodoxies. Guchanga was not the inheritor of demonic arts. He was framed. The human ancestor palace had a very high status. They had almost countless believers in the upper world. No orthodoxy was willing to get into a dispute with the human ancestor palace and get into unnecessary trouble. Over countless years, the human ancestor palace had resolved many disasters for all living beings. Even in some remote lower realms, they had believers everywhere. At that moment, the human ancestor hall saintess was telling everyone that Guchanga was not the inheritor of the demonic arts. She had been framed by others. Its influence was unimaginable. Chapter 728. Ancient trees were lush, mountains towering, night hazy, nebulae pervading the air. Many vines were like sinister vipers hanging down from the mountains, extending into a large expanse, casting down many black shadows. In the distance, there were quite a few ancient strange beasts that released roars. In the silence of the night, these sounds were even more obvious, shocking the surrounding birds, beasts, vipers, and bugs into hiding in all directions. This place is quite spacious. According to the Earth Scriptures records, this is a place of accumulation of spiritual essence. After countless years, it has even produced formidable things. Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak Jinyan was currently leading many followers, standing on a mountain top, gazing at the basin before him. The stars hung in the vast plains, the moon surging through the great river. Within the silence, there was also a bit of danger. His pupils seemed to be cast from gold, golden and dazzling. Symbols flickered within his eyes one after another, releasing a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. It had to be said that he was indeed extremely powerful. Just this deep sea-like aura alone was enough to intimidate many of the younger generation. In the age he was born in, Jin Yan's name suppressed the present age, no one of his peers able to match him. Later on, because of his sect, they felt like he couldn't see any hope of achieving immortality in that age. That was why they sealed him in the divine source, leaving him for the present age. Jin Yin didn't take action that many times, and he rarely displayed his strength before the world. However, Six-Crowned King Jun Yao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others didn't dare look down on him, feeling like he would be a great enemy. These wisps of purple intent. Seems like this is pill energy. What kind of immortal pill can exist for so long? Just by sealing it here, it already made this basin evolve into a blessed land. Jin Yin said to himself. His eyes shone brilliantly as he stared at the basin before him. Then his figure turned into a streak of divine rainbow, descending. The reason why he chose to take action at night was because he felt like the pill energy here would become even more obvious during the day. That type of extremely rich purple intent would only become clearer and clearer. Towards the end, as long as one was a cultivator, they would be able to notice the heaven-reaching purple intent here. Of course, there was another reason as well. It was to prevent undue delay from causing trouble, others getting here first. Great One, should we wait for you here? Jin Yan's figure descended from a mountain top, walking through this vast plain. The surrounding trees were heavy, extremely ancient and lush. The experts behind him couldn't help but ask. They didn't intend to follow Jin Yun deeper. In such a land of opportunity, they were followers. It was best to stand guard outside to prevent others from breaking in. Hearing this, Jin Yun nodded and said, "Then wait for me here. I'll come out after I get the things inside." He was very confident in his own strength and did not feel that there was any danger in this place. Moreover, he was also the first person to notice the abnormality in this entire abode. Soon, Jin Yan's figure disappeared into the depths of the basin. One could see that a long time ago this place used to be a palace, as well as quite a few ruined ruins. Dilapidated walls, old trees, and broken towers. The place was filled with the vicissitudes of time. Around the plaza, some collapsed pillars could be seen, carved with strange runes. Vines crisscrossed and crawled all over the pillars and walls. Some tiles were scattered everywhere. Relying on his golden pupils, Jin Yun quickly determined the source of the pill chi and walked towards a collapsed hall. He felt that it was a pill room. Perhaps it was the place where the original owner of this cave concocted pills. All of Golden Cloud's followers are here. It seems that he has indeed gone there. He has chosen a suitable burial ground for himself, not far from Jin Yun's current location. A faint figure seemed to have merged with heaven and earth as he walked slowly. Not far away, the many cultivators in charge of guarding this place did not notice his tracks and aura. Tao Immortal Alliance's Taoist disciple Lan Yifei walked over with a calm expression. However, at this moment, he was like the grim reaper harvesting lives. He was very sure of Jin Yun's tracks because he had left his mark on Jin Yun from the beginning. Although he was an ancient freak, in his opinion he was just prey. Fortunately, Jin Yun was not facing Guchanga. Otherwise, he would be in even more despair. With this thought in mind, Lan Yifei walked unhurriedly toward the ruins in front of him. He planned to take Jin Yun's origin there. He understood Guchanga's plan. Currently, almost all of the orthodoxies in the upper realm were targeting Guchanga, accusing him of being the true inheritor of the demonic art. Lan Yifei, who knew the truth, was speechless. He did not know if it was a coincidence or if it was the will of the heavens that made everything seem so coincidental. Of course, Guchanga would never admit to this. That was why he ordered him to come here and take the origin of those young supreme beings. He wanted to create a situation where the true inheritor of the demonic art showed up and provoked the orthodoxies. After all, at this time, Guchanga was still in the Inde, looking for a way to break out of this situation for all living beings. On the other hand, young supreme beings were being killed by the inheritor of the demonic art. With this, the rumor that Guchanga was the inheritor of the demonic art would be dispelled. Everything has been planned out without leaving anything out. Everyone has been reduced to pawns. This is truly chilling. Lan Yifei shook his head gently. His gaze was calm. He had already sensed Jin Yun's aura. He quickly approached and planned to solve everything. Why does it feel like the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? At this time, even Lan Yifei did not notice. On the other side of the ruins, a young girl who was as cold as a fairy was looking at his figure in shock. She did not expect that there would be someone else here other than herself. The young girl had a slender figure. She wore a flowy dress with wide sleeves. Her face was fair and delicate, and her features were beautiful. Her eyes were cold and arrogant, and there was a chill that kept people away. Although she was not fully grown yet, she already had a beauty that could bring disaster to countries and people. Stupid Xian. This guy obviously has bad intentions toward the guy who went in first. The big red bird on the young girl's shoulder glanced at her. It spoke in a young girl's voice, full of disdain. Why do I feel like I've seen this guy before? When did this happen? The young girl was Gu Xian, who was urged by the big red bird to come here after leaving the Peach Village. She frowned. Her figure was hidden in the dark, and she did not make any movements. She felt that Lan Yifei looked very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. However, she could not remember where for a while. She just put this doubt aside for the time being and quietly followed behind. In fact, she had been here for a long time. She was even a little bit ahead of Jin Yin. However, not long after she arrived, Jin Yin arrived. Gu Xian subconsciously found a place to hide, intending to wait and see what would happen. Her current strength was actually very strong. It was just that she rarely competed with people of the same generation. Therefore, she was not afraid that Jin Yin and Lan Yifei, who came later, would sense her aura. Speaking of this, Gu Xian was quite depressed. She could not find anyone to fight with to prove her strength. Most of the younger generation in the upper realm did not know her identity. Who would dare to fight with her? Not to mention the younger generation. Even the older generation and some ancient existences had heard about her. They knew that Gu Chang'e loved her very much. The last person who dared to have ideas about Gu Xian was the successor of the Purple Mansion. Unfortunately, he was later destroyed by Gu Chang'e along with the immortal orthodoxy behind him. Since then, he had been annihilated and became history. This incident shocked the entire upper realm and set off stormy waves at that time. Even earlier, the ancient clan of the Ocean Palace had also offended Gu Xian and sealed the sea for hundreds of thousands of years. Since then, all the younger generation, after knowing Gu Xian's identity, retreated. Previously, when she was in the Immortal Academy, there were many suitors who showed admiration for her. Unfortunately, they were all frightened. Even if they saw her by chance, they did not dare to look at her more than once. They were afraid that they would bring disaster to themselves. Although Gu Xian hated trouble, it was extremely difficult for her to even find an opponent now. This made her feel depressed and helpless. This was all because Gu Chang'e's power was too terrifying. No one dared to provoke Gu Xian anymore. Forget it. Let's see what these two are up to. Why are they being so mysterious? Gu Xian carefully hid her breath and followed behind Lan Yifei. They entered the ruins in front of them. She wanted to join in the fun and see if there could be a fisherman benefiting from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. From Big Red's words, she found out that there was most likely an ancient elixir hidden here. Although she did not know what kind of elixir it was, anything that was related to immortals would not be simple. Buzz! However, before Gu Xian could go too deep into the ruins, the expression on her face changed slightly. She seemed to have goosebumps all over her body. She felt a chill run down her spine. Could this be? Her expression suddenly became serious. Under her sleeves, several small tools glowed, ready to be used at any time. Don't act rashly. Hide well first. Those two have not found you yet. At this moment, the big red bird on her shoulder also tensed up. There was a hint of nervousness in its childish voice. Could this person be the true inheritor of the demonic arts? If I catch him, will I be able to clear Gu Chang'e's name? Gu Xian nodded. Her expression returned to normal as she muttered to herself. Many plans flashed through her mind. Then, she listened to Big Red's words. First, she would wait and see, hiding in the dark. Lan Yifei, the low-key Taoist from the Alliance of Immortals? Looks like your hidden identity is not that simple. At this moment, in the depths of the ruins, Jin Yin, who was searching for the pill room, suddenly stared at Lan Yifei, who slowly appeared behind him, and said coldly. He was not stupid. Naturally, he could feel the strange aura on Lan Yifei's body. This made him uneasy, as if his entire body was being suppressed. Chapter 729. Who was Jin Yin? In the past, he had suppressed all the people of the younger generation, and no one was his opponent. Therefore, he had immediately sensed the unusual aura coming from Lan Yifei's body. Before this, Lan Yifei had not attracted his attention. In his opinion, the Taoist of the Tao Immortal Alliance was just a low-key young supreme being who was elegant and easygoing in front of others, and had done a lot of research in music. However, Jin Yin had never imagined that he would encounter Lan Yifei in such a situation. The other party had obviously followed him for a long time and had been hiding his aura, only revealing it at this time. There was no need to think too much to guess what their purpose was. "Greetings, Brother Jin Yin." Lan Yifei's expression was indifferent, his blue robe fluttering gently under the moonlight, and there was a sense of detachment on his elegant face, appearing extremely natural. He did not pay attention to Jin Yin's shocked expression, as he seemed to be detached from worldly affairs. It was as if he had come here just to do a trivial matter. "It seems that all of us have underestimated you. You are the one who hides the deepest. No wonder you are so low-key." Jin Yin was not an ordinary person, so he quickly suppressed the palpitations in his heart and said coldly, as an ancient freak of the Purple Cloud Valley, he naturally had a guardian by his side, but now the quasi-emperor level guardian did not make the slightest move. This made his heart sink, and he felt that he was doomed today, not to mention looking for the pill room. Even escaping from this cave alive had become a luxury. Lan Yifei ignored Jin Yin's words and just said softly, "Brother Jin Yin, please don't take offense, I had no choice." Jin Yin frowned, somewhat puzzled by Lan Yifei's words, and there seemed to be some helplessness and frustration. However, at this time he had no time to think too much and just said coldly, "If you want to take my origin, then you can come and try." Lan Yifei nodded slightly and said, "Brother Jin Yin, you are no match for me, so you'd better not make unnecessary resistance. Why don't you just hand over your origin to me, and perhaps I can leave you with an intact corpse." He said it very calmly, as if he was just explaining a trivial matter. However, when these words entered into Jin Yin's ears, it was no different than humiliation, and it caused his expression to become unsightly to the extreme. "Cut the crap. I want to see what kind of abilities you, the inheritor of the demonic arts, have." He let out a low roar, and dazzling golden light suddenly gushed out from his golden eyes. They were like two divine swords that could slash through everything. The two crossed Dao swords seemed to be condensed from the laws and order of the world. They contained peerless sharpness that caused space to directly collapse. When ordinary young supreme beings faced this move, their expressions would definitely change greatly, finding it difficult to resist. However, Lan Yifei was not an ordinary person. His expression was calm as he unfolded his sleeves. Misty, clear light pervaded the air, as if a great power of the world was descending. It was as if the world was splitting apart the primal chaos. Endless and seemingly endless magical power appeared, suppressing the 9 heavens and descending to the yellow springs, spreading far and wide. As the true body of Dao Yuan, this extremely mysterious constitution displayed unimaginable power at this moment. Boom! This terrifying power caused Jin Yin's expression to change. He had no choice but to use other methods to resist, guessing that Lan Yifei himself had a terrifying constitution. However, what made him feel most uneasy was that Lan Yifei had not yet used any of the forbidden demonic techniques. He knew how terrifying the forbidden demonic techniques were. Otherwise, all the orthodoxies in the upper realm would not be afraid of them. Even now, their expressions would still change at the mention of it. Soon, the two of them began to fight in the depths of the ruins. Their figures flickered as fast as the wind and lightning. It was almost impossible to catch them, as if they had merged into the void. This place became blurry as light and shadow intertwined, and runes were faintly discernible. The violent fluctuations were as if they were going to turn the world upside down, overturning everything. Especially Jin Yin. His entire body seemed to be burning. His hair was golden, as if it was carved out of gold. A golden precept domain evolved into many rules, floating and coiling around him, constantly expanding and charging toward him. Lan Yifei was already prepared for this. He said lightly, "Don't try to attract the attention of others. I have completely sealed this place. No one can save you tonight." Don't even think about letting the fluctuations here spread out. Hearing this, Jin Yun's heart sank again. However, his many life and death experiences made him understand that he could not afford to be careless at this moment. Even if Lan Yifei did not use the forbidden demonic techniques, he was still an extremely terrifying enemy. He was not someone an ordinary young supreme venerable could compare to. The golden light was like a burning sun, heavy and majestic. There were also thousands of strands of golden light that were like swords in the air, slashing through all things, directly causing the void to collapse. His entire body seemed to have turned into a golden sun. The aura of the purest yang filled heaven and earth, suppressing all evil. This was the Purple Cloud Valley's forbidden secret technique. Even those of the older generation could use it. At such a young age, Jin Yin was already proficient in using it. He could even condense the purest yang precept into a sun, falling from the sky and evaporating everything. This place was like a golden sea of order. Thousands of precepts of order surged, forming a golden divine net. Lan Yifei was very transcendent. His clothes fluttered, and with every move, the power of heaven and earth descended. He merged with the Tao and connected with heaven and earth. He suppressed forward like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Every move contained an indescribable Tao rhythm, and his mana was almost endless. All kinds of extremely terrifying forbidden killing techniques and ancient heavenly techniques were evolved from his hands. They could separate yin and yang, and they could split heaven and earth. Although the two of them were only of the younger generation, the fluctuations from their battle were enough to make all the powerhouses of the older generation feel their scalps go numb and tremble endlessly. All kinds of ancient and dazzling supreme techniques were performed here, splitting heaven and earth and breaking the universe. If Lan Yifei had not been prepared and sealed everything around him, the aura fluctuations here would definitely have spread far and wide. Dong! A giant golden pagoda that seemed to be condensed from the universe appeared above Jin Yun's head. It spewed out dazzling golden light and collided with Lan Yifei. However, Lan Yifei's attack was still fierce. He shook his finger and turned it into a giant bell. With a dong sound, it shook out ripples and repelled the giant pagoda in the air. Wah! After the two of them exchanged hundreds of moves, Jin Yun finally couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. He was extremely unwilling. His hair was disheveled, and golden blood flowed out of his body. Is this all you've got? Jin Yun looked at Lan Yifei in the distance. The golden pupils in his eyes were about to shatter. He was very unwilling to accept this. He didn't expect Lan Yifei to defeat him without even using a forbidden, demonic technique. The two of them were in the same realm, but he was not a match for him. At this moment, he even felt that the invincible Tao heart that he had always been firm in was shattering with a crack. Lan Yifei's aura only changed slightly. He was not injured like Jin Yun. He stood indifferently in the distance and looked at Jin Yun calmly. I've already said, Brother Jin Yun, you're not a match for me. Why do you have to struggle so hard? At this moment, Jin Yun seemed to have thought everything through. He smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect that after I've lived to this day and abandoned my old friends, my former lover, and my former master, I still ended up in a miserable defeat. It's difficult for me to become an immortal. I've let them down. If I could turn back time, I would like to return to the ancient times, to the era that belonged to me, even if I turn into a pile of yellow soil and find it difficult to return to the peak and find the path to immortality. I'm willing. He was extremely proud. Before this, he had never thought that among the younger generation, other than Guchanga, there was anyone who could be his match. He didn't even put 6 crowned King Jun Yao, the heavenly princess, and the others in his eyes. But who would have thought that such a low-key Taoist of the Tao Immortal Alliance would have such terrifying strength? Moreover, this was under the premise that he hadn't used a forbidden, demonic technique. Jin Yun smiled bitterly. His face was ashen, and he no longer had the heart to fight. Although he still had many life-saving items, in his opinion, there was no need to use them. Not only had he lost, but he had also lost completely. There was no leeway or chance. Hearing this, Lan Yifei fell silent. He knew that this was the sign of Jin Yun's Taoist heart shattering. The invincible Taoist heart that he had always possessed had already collapsed. In fact, in his opinion, this was also the thought of many ancient freaks who had been sealed up until now. He originally thought that after recovering in this golden era, he could stand at the peak and walk the path to immortality, achieving a realm that was unparalleled throughout history, and be invincible in the world. But who would have thought that this golden era would be even more cruel? Geniuses were like ants and mustard seeds. They were just chess pieces or leeks that could be harvested at will. Wasn't Jin Yun strong? He was an invincible king of his generation in the past. Countless people respected and feared him. If it weren't for the fact that I have no other choice, I really want to drink tea and discuss the Tao with you. How unrestrained and carefree. Lan Yifei thought of his situation and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile and disappointment. What do you mean by that? Jin Yun was stunned. He originally thought that Lan Yifei would come to take away his source energy at this time. However, he didn't expect that Lan Yifei also had a helpless and disappointed look on his face. It seemed that there were many things that he couldn't say, and it was more like all of this was not his source energy. He seemed to have some kind of difficulties. Lan Yifei looked at Jin Yun, and his expression gradually calmed down. I'm just a fish. No matter how hard I struggle, it's difficult for me to break free from the established trajectory. The flowers bloom and wilt, and the water flows like the river, never to return. He didn't dare to say anything more. Because of the demonic seed, he couldn't even reveal anything about Gu Changa. At this time, in Lan Yifei's eyes, Jin Yun was already a dead man. It was actually fine to say a little more to him. What? When Jin Yun heard this, he felt a boom in his head as if he had been hit by something. He was stunned on the spot and couldn't recover for a long time. A terrifying chill rushed straight to the top of his head. Even he couldn't help but shiver, and his hair stood on end. He was not stupid. Naturally, he could understand what Lan Yifei meant. Lan Yifei said that he was only being controlled by someone. Everything was not his original intention, and he had no choice. However, who was Lan Yifei? He was the Taoist disciple of the Taoist Immortal Alliance and Immortal Orthodoxy. In the future, he could inherit the Taoist Immortal Alliance and stand at the peak of the upper realm. He controlled hundreds of millions of territories and the lives of countless living beings. With such an identity, who could use him and control him? Jin Yun did not dare to think deeper. He only felt a chill all over his body. The waters of the upper realm were far deeper than he thought. It was unimaginable. Who's the real inheritor of the demonic technique? He could not help but ask Lan Yifei in a very urgent tone. However, Lan Yifei only shook his head gently and sighed. He's a person. You only need to hear his name to feel despair. He could not reveal too much, and there was no need for that. Could it be him? Jin Yun's eyes suddenly widened. A figure flashed across his mind at lightning speed, but it made him tremble in extreme fear. At this moment, his soul seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and he was about to suffocate. Poof! In the next moment, a black light flew out from under Lan Yifei's sleeve. Like a plant seed, it instantly penetrated Jin Yun's abdomen, penetrated his skin, lungs, and finally took root in his spiritual sea. He did not even have time to scream. His entire body seemed to have withered, and all his strength was devoured. The timing is just right. Lan Yifei had been calculating the time. When he saw this, he closed his eyes slightly, as if he could not bear it. Previously, he had obtained half of the forbidden demonic technique from Su Chinga and had tried it. However, only by experiencing it personally would one understand the horror of this forbidden technique. If it was not because he had no other choice, he would not be willing to do this. Not long after, The black light that took root in Jin Yun's body flew back under Lan Yifei's sleeve again and became silent. He sighed softly and planned to turn around and leave this place. However, at this moment, as if he had thought of something, Lan Yifei flew to the sky and took a look. He could not help but frown. From the beginning to the end, Jin Yun's protector has not shown up. It seems that I've been overthinking. Since he has already planned this, it seems that everything is already within his calculations. Thinking of this, he felt even more helpless. Even if he was not here, Gu Changa would probably have other arrangements and plans. You just need to do your job well. Young Master has already arranged everything. A figure in black, hidden in the black fog, suddenly appeared beside Lan Yifei. His tone was indifferent and calm, as if there was no emotion in it. Without a doubt, this was a person who had achieved the Tao. It was he who had just killed Jin Yun's protector. Hearing this, Lan Yifei showed a bitter smile. Without saying anything, he quickly disappeared with the figure in black. He knew that even if he did not do anything, Jin Yun would probably die here tonight, or other young supreme martial artists. Even if Gu Changa was not here, he could still control and manipulate everything. Not long after Lan Yifei left this place, Gu Xian, who was hiding somewhere in the dark and using a special celestial artifact to hide her aura, walked out in extreme shock, as if she could not believe what had happened in front of her. Big Red, what exactly did I see? She could not help but murmur to the big red bird beside her. Chapter 730. Big Red, what do you think I've just seen? After Lan Yifei's figure had completely disappeared, only then did Gu Xian reveal her figure from the dark, muttering with a bit of disbelief on her face. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed what she had seen tonight. She had thought that Lan Yifei was the mysterious, low-key inheritor of the demonic technique. Gu Xian even had the thought of catching him and clearing Gu Changa of suspicion of being the inheritor of the demonic technique. However, she did not expect that Lan Yifei had his own difficulties. It was as if he was controlled by an invisible hand and was just a chess piece. He was not the true inheritor of the demonic technique. The true inheritor of the demonic technique was someone else. It was so well hidden that it was hard to imagine. This is not something that a silly girl like you can meddle in. At this time, the big red bird did not show any sarcastic expression to Gu Xian. Instead, it spoke seriously. It had witnessed everything from the beginning to the end. Even the mysterious Taoist of the Tao Immortal Alliance was just a chess piece. The background of the person behind it could only be described as horrifying. This was not something that a silly girl like Gu Xian could come into contact with. She could easily provoke the disaster of death. But why do I feel that I should know who the inheritor of the demonic technique is? Gu Xian was silent for a while. She did not know why, but she had a strange feeling in her heart. She could not tell whether it was a guess or intuition. This extremely mysterious inheritor of the demonic technique had never revealed his true appearance in the upper realm. No one even knew whether he was a man or a woman. Now that the great ancestors of the various orthodoxies had appeared, the inheritor of the demonic technique had not restrained his ferocity. From this, it was enough to see the arrogance of the inheritor of the demonic technique. He did not care about the orthodoxies of the upper realm. Anyway, this is not something that a little girl like you can meddle in. Quickly find that immortal pill and leave this troublesome place. In a while, someone will definitely find out about the fall of this ancient freak from Purple Cloud Valley, the big red bird hurriedly urged. He was worried that if someone came looking for them, he and Gu Xian would become the scapegoat. A young supreme being from an imperishable sect had fallen, and his source had been seized. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Right now, everyone thinks that Gu Changa is the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Now that his suspicion has been cleared, you don't have to worry anymore. After such a thing happened, Gu Changa became the final beneficiary. Seeing that Gu Xian was still silent the big red bird, couldn't help but glance at her. Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned. The strange thought in his mind became more and more obvious. Gu Chang'e had become the final beneficiary? Was there really such a coincidence? Or was everything under the control of the plan? She suddenly remembered what Lani Fei said at that time. The true inheritor of the demonic arts. Just hearing this name would make one despair. In this vast upper realm, who on earth possessed such terrifying power and energy? If the scene at the rebirth lake is real, impossible, I hope this is just my guess. Gu Xian frowned deeply. Her expression was conflicted and complicated. Then she sighed and put this thought aside for the time being. She planned to find that so-called immortal pill with the big red bird first. The moment Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak, Jin Yin, fell. Outside the ruins, there was one cultivator who was waiting for the golden cloud, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Oh no! Master's life tablet has shattered." His face became incomparably pale, and his voice was trembling. He felt as if the sky had collapsed. What? Master's life tablet has shattered? When the others heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. They were stunned on the spot and did not dare to imagine. Jin Yin was a young supreme being who dominated an era. How could he possibly have fallen in this cave? Oh no. Master has fallen here. None of us can live. Everyone's face became incomparably pale. They trembled nonstop. They already had a premonition that a huge wave would be set off next. Soon, the news of Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak, Jin Yin, falling in this cave quickly spread out as if it had grown wings. Without a doubt, such news was like a meteorite falling into the deep sea. It caused a huge uproar. All of the cultivators and living beings who heard this news were shocked to the extreme. 6-Crown King Jun Yao, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, the Golden Cicada Buddha, all the young Nine Heavens Supremes in the cave fell silent. They boasted that they were not weaker than anyone, and naturally, they were not weaker than Jin Yin. But now, Jin Yin had fallen in front of everyone's eyes. How could this not shock them? There was even an indescribable fear, because Jin Yin had died tragically at the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Even his origin was devoured and plundered, just like those young supreme beings who had been killed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. The inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared again. He brazenly killed the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley and plundered his origin. That's too arrogant. Before this, Purple Cloud Valley was still crusading against the inheritor of the demonic arts. They even said that young Master Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts. Who would have thought that the inheritor of the demonic arts would be so domineering and arrogant? He appeared at this time and slapped Purple Cloud Valley hard in the face. Perhaps the inheritor of the demonic arts is disdainful of such behavior and does not want his identity to be replaced. That's why he took the risk. As soon as the news spread, almost all the cultivators were talking about it. It was an uproar. At this time, the vast and surging Yin mist outside, Yin Day, surged like a terrifying river. The saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chu, stood out and spoke. Any orthodoxy that falsely accuses Gu Chang'e of being the inheritor of the demonic arts will be viewed as an enemy of the human ancestor palace. Although she looked extremely cold and aloof, her tone at this moment was unquestionable and even had a bit of valiance and fierceness. No cultivator dared to look at her at this time. They could not help but lower their heads when she glanced at them. Of course, there were many cultivators who responded after recovering from their shock. During the crisis of Yin Day, the major orthodoxies did not care about their lives. On the contrary, the human ancestor palace's saintess, Jiang Chu, and Gu Chang'e were willing to take the huge risk and enter Yin Day. Just with this kind heart, they left the Endless Fire Nation, Sky Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and other orthodoxies far behind. What right did they have to say that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts? The saintess is right. Young Lord Chang'e is a kind person. How could he be the inheritor of the demonic arts? I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. The rumors during this period are clearly just the words of Sky Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation. There's no evidence. They're just jealous of young Lord Chang'e's current achievements. That's why they're deliberately slandering him. At that moment, there was an uproar of discussion around Inde. Many cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. They could not help but loudly berate the Endless Fire Nation and other orthodoxies for their misdeeds. Gu Chang'e watched all of this with interest. He did not say anything to stop them. However, when he glanced at the few enlightened Tao masters from Sky Emperor Mountain, he was slightly amused. Calculating the time, the Tao Immortal Alliance's Tao disciple, Lan Yifei's matter should have come to an end. Shut up. Don't tell me you dare to challenge our dignity. When the enlightened Tao masters from Sky Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation heard the angry words of the cultivators, their expressions turned extremely ugly. They immediately shouted. Their voices contained some kind of Taoist rhyme. It was like a huge bell, causing everyone's qi and blood to churn. Their faces turned pale, and they almost spat out blood. Even some of the veteran Supremes felt their hearts palpitate at this moment. They were suppressed by the aura of the enlightened Tao masters. Whether Gu Chang'e is the inheritor of the demonic arts is not up to you to decide. If the human ancestor palace's saintess insists on siding with Gu Chang'e, then you should be prepared to become the enemy of the entire world. The inheritor of the demonic arts is not allowed in the upper realm. If you want to implicate the human ancestor palace, then you can try. The old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation had an extremely gloomy expression as she spoke coldly. As enlightened Tao masters, they stood at the peak of the upper realm. Even the sect masters of the imperishable orthodoxies had to be respectful to them. These ordinary cultivators dared to act rashly in front of them. Were they not courting death? They were wary of Gu Chang'e's strength and methods. But it did not mean that they would care about these insignificant ants. Although Jiang Chu was the human ancestor palace's saintess, she was still a junior after all. They could crush her to death with a finger. Boom! As soon as they finished speaking, they released their aura. It was like a vast sea of pressure that fell like a torrent of light that was enough to crush everything. Wah! Many cultivators could not withstand this aura. They either coughed up blood and retreated, their legs gave way, and they directly knelt on the ground with a terrified expression. The anger of the enlightened Tao masters was indeed not something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. In the eyes of the enlightened Tao masters from Sky Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation, the other cultivators were no different from ants. Of course, most of the cultivators chose not to get involved in this at this moment. They chose to wait and see. After all, no one dared to provoke the enlightened Tao masters at this juncture. It was not worth it. Many people knew in their hearts whether Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of demonic arts or not. They would not be swayed by a few words from others. Seniors, why do you have to be like this? Since you think that I'm the inheritor of demonic arts, then I am. At this moment, Gu Chang'e suddenly spoke. He smiled faintly and gently reached out a hand. He pressed towards the void in front of him, a terrifying crack that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. The entire void seemed to be collapsing. You, seeing this, the enlightened Tao masters from Sky Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation were shocked. They did not dare to continue releasing their aura. The old woman in red looked particularly terrible. She could not forget the feeling of almost being crushed to death by Gu Chang'e's subordinates. Thank you, young Master Chang'e. Seeing that Gu Chang'e helped them out of their predicament, many cultivators could not help but show a grateful look. In their hearts, they hated Sky Emperor Mountain and the other orthodoxies even more. No matter what happened here today would soon spread throughout the upper realm. The actions of Sky Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, Endless Fire Nation, and the other orthodoxies would definitely incite public anger. Although these orthodoxies were immortal, it did not mean that they did not have enemies. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. This started because of Changa. I'm sorry to have implicated all of you. This makes Changa feel very guilty. Gu Changa smiled faintly and waved his hand. His expression was easygoing and natural. It was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Even the ordinary cultivators did not feel the slightest bit of pressure in front of him. It was extremely natural. This made them respect Gu Changa even more. They felt that he was truly an easygoing immortal. Even at a time like this, he did not feel the slightest bit of anger. Speaking of which, I did find some clues about the outbreak of Inde this time when I went deep into Inde. If we want to solve the problem of Inde this time, I'm afraid we'll have to do it from the inside. As the saying goes, it's better to let it out than to block it. Instead of blocking the spread of Inde's fog, it's better to unblock it from the source. After that, Gu Changa ignored the gazes of the orthodoxies. He seemed to have remembered the purpose of this trip and began to speak. It was as if he really wanted to solve the problem of Inde for the upper realm. When the crowd heard this, their expressions gradually turned solemn as they remembered the big matter at hand. As long as the problem of Inde was not solved, it would be like a giant mountain that would crash down on their heads at any moment. It was frightening. Stop pretending to be benevolent, haha. Who knows what he's planning? He's just trying to trick us into Inde. Don't forget his identity. The old woman in red from Endless Fire Nation sneered. Although her voice was not loud, many people heard it clearly. She seemed to be deliberately reminding everyone that Gu Changa was the inheritor of demonic arts. Oh no! The true inheritor of demonic arts has appeared. An ancient freak from Purple Cloud Valley, Jinyan, was killed by the inheritor of demonic arts. His origin was plundered, and he died tragically in the cave abode. Not long after the old woman in red finished speaking, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd in the distance. The expression of the Tao attainment expert from Purple Cloud Valley immediately turned ugly. The jade talisman in his hand was already covered in cracks. With a crack, it shattered and turned into fine powder that filled the sky. "Jin Yin has fallen," he said, almost word by word, his expression so gloomy that it seemed like it was going to drip water. Jin Yin was a young supreme, being that he thought highly of. He even thought that given enough time, Jin Yin could touch the threshold of the immortal realm. However, who would have thought that Purple Cloud Valley would just send him a message to inform him of Jin Yun's fall? This was definitely an unimaginable loss for Purple Cloud Valley. One should know that Jin Yun's protector was one of his followers back then. He had already reached the quasi-emperor level, but he had also fallen and his life tablet had shattered. What? The inheritor of demonic arts has appeared again. The expressions of the old woman in red and many other Tao attainment experts froze at this moment, as if they could not believe their own ears. In particular, the old woman in red was green and purple. It was as if she had been slapped in public. It was extremely ugly. Of course. Chapter 731. The news of Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak Jinyan's death quickly spread to the Inen sky. Almost all the cultivators and living beings fell into extreme shock and horror. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and the other imperishable orthodoxies were also extremely shocked. They were even dumbfounded and in disbelief. It's impossible! It's impossible! The old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation had an extremely gloomy expression on her face. It was even a little twisted. Her most beloved descendant had once been killed by the inheritor of demonic arts. At that time, the Inen sky happened to erupt. Gu Changa was also there and did not help. Therefore, her hatred for Gu Changa was not much less than that of the inheritor of demonic arts. At that time, if Gu Changa had stepped in to save her, how could her most beloved descendant have fallen there? It was because of this that the old woman in red tried her best to put the blame of the inheritor of demonic arts on Gu Changa. But at this moment, she suddenly heard the news of the inheritor of demonic arts appearing and killing the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley. How could this not make her shocked and angry? The Tao attainment cultivators of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the rest fell into silence at this moment. They did not expect to hear the news of the inheritor of demonic arts at this time and in this way. In this way, the rumor that Gu Changa was the inheritor of demonic arts was self-defeating. After all, Gu Changa was still here. In front of everyone, how could he spare the time to kill the inheritor of Purple Cloud Valley? Didn't they say that the inheritor of demonic arts was young Master Changa? Isn't he here now? How did the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley fall into the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts? Many cultivators felt that the first moment they heard this news, they felt that it was inconceivable. How could Gu Changa attack the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley from so far away? He could not be in two places at all, could he? Or could it be that Gu Changa had actually refined a clone, and his original body was here to confuse the public? However, only a minority of cultivators had such thoughts. Many people could not help but look on as they watched the drama unfold. Their gazes towards Sky Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, Endless Fire Nation, and other orthodoxies were filled with mockery. Just a moment ago, they were still insisting that Gu Changa was the inheritor of the demonic arts. But in the end, they suddenly received news. The true inheritor of the demonic arts appeared in the ruins of a certain cavern and killed an ancient freak of the Purple Cloud Valley. In this way, who would still think that Gu Changa was the inheritor of the demonic arts? This time, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the other orthodoxies were slapped in the face in front of everyone. The true inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared. It seems that all of you seniors' efforts have been in vain. The cave where the accident happened should not be far from here. With the strength of the several seniors, I believe that you will be able to rush over there very quickly. When the time comes, if we can capture the true inheritor of the demonic arts, I hope that seniors will remember to clear this junior's name. Gu Changa seemed to have just received this news. His face showed just the right amount of surprise, and his tone was somewhat mocking. I only hope that when the time comes, all of you seniors can give the world an explanation. At the same time, we will also apologize to young Lord Changa. The saintess of the human ancestor temple, Jiang Chuchu, also looked over coldly, and her tone was not polite at all. Although she was only a junior, she was not at all timid when facing a group of enlightened Tao cultivators. Hearing this, the faces of the enlightened Tao cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Purple Cloud Valley darkened. They did not dare to say anything to Gu Changa. They only felt that their faces were burning at this moment, as if they had been slapped in the face, especially the incident at the Yin Day, which affected the hearts of all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. Now, almost all of the cultivators and living beings had their eyes fixed on this place. No matter what, after today, the rumor that Gu Changa was the inheritor of the demonic arts would definitely dissipate a lot. Unless they really found ironclad evidence to prove that Gu Changa was the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Otherwise, all of the efforts they had put in during this period would go down the drain. We can't rush to a conclusion. Who knows if all of this is a trap set up by Gu Changa to clear his name and prove that he's the true inheritor of the demonic arts? The old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation had a twisted expression at this moment. She could not help but roar in anger, unable to accept all of this. Many people heard her words and could not help but frown, wondering if she was crazy. Even at this point, she still insisted on framing Gu Changa. The enlightened Tao cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Purple Cloud Valley also looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Then they could not help but take a few steps back, not wanting to be implicated. You're courting death. You framed the young master time and time again. Today, I'll break your platform as a warning to others. At this moment, a familiar pressure that caused all the enlightened Tao cultivators to tremble in fear came from the void again. A heir, who was wearing a nether iron battle armor and a mask, appeared. His eyes were cold and his voice was emotionless. He pointed a finger at the old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation. It was an extremely simple move without any complicated moves, but it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Koof! In the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. The old woman in red was horrified to the extreme. She could not move her body and was directly pierced between her eyebrows by the finger. The terrifying bloody hole penetrated from the front to the back, shattering the platform that her spirit resided in. The enlightened Tao cultivator's pressure that filled the sky instantly dissipated, and her cultivation was reduced to nothing. "No, you can't do this," she screamed in agony. She was extremely unwilling, and her expression was even distorted by fear. The inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared in the world. This move is probably in response to the many rumors that have been spreading recently. It seems that the inheritor of the demonic arts is unhappy about being replaced, which is why he appeared. But he's really bold and arrogant to appear at such a critical time. Isn't he afraid that he'll become an enemy of the world and cause the various orthodoxies to suppress him? What an incomprehensible guy. Many cultivators near the Inde were discussing this matter. They were very surprised by this matter. Logically speaking, the inheritor of the demonic arts had escaped from Gu Changa many times. The two of them should have an irreconcilable feud. When Gu Changa was framed as the inheritor of the demonic arts, he showed up in a high-profile manner and solved the problem for Gu Changa. Such an action was rather upright, even if it was very insidious to steal the origin source of the sky prides during cultivation. Compared to the various orthodoxies' secret schemes and many other vicious methods, it was more open and honest. Many of the older generation cultivators even felt a sense of admiration in their hearts. Soon, the entire upper realm was stirred up because of what happened in the Inde. All kinds of news, as if they had grown wings, quickly spread out. In every ancient planet of life, there were countless cultivators and living beings discussing this matter. Chapter 732. Although the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and the Endless Fire Nation had a long history, they could be called immortal orthodoxies. However, it did not mean that they had truly experienced thousands of tribulations and were immortal. It was just that over the years, these orthodoxies had accumulated many profound origins, recruited disciples, and ruled over too many territories. They were feared by the world, which was why they were called immortal. However, compared to the forces that had truly experienced thousands of tribulations and were immortal, they were too far apart. In some aspects, there was not even the slightest bit of comparison. This time, what happened in front of the Een and sky was tantamount to humiliating for these orthodoxies. After all, from the beginning, the forces that spread the rumor that Gu Changa was the inheritor of the demonic arts were actually only these few forces. Now that the true inheritor of the demonic arts had appeared, Gu Changa's suspicion was naturally cleared. In the following days, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and several other forces sent powerhouses to the place where Jin Yun died in an attempt to find traces of the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, after killing Jin Yun and seizing his origins, the inheritor of the demonic arts seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He disappeared from the world and was never seen again. As a result, many cultivators began to suspect. Could the true inheritor of the demonic arts be among the many young supreme beings who entered that cave together? After all, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, Six Crown King Junyao, and the others were very suspicious and appeared together in that cave. When the ancient freak Jin Yun died in Purple Cloud Valley, they could not prove that they were not present at that time. As a result, this matter became very suspicious. Many young supreme beings became the target of suspicion, and it was difficult to clear their suspicion. For a time, many young prodigies who had gone to that cave to search for opportunities became low-key and careful. afraid that they would be regarded as the inheritor of the demonic arts and be retaliated against by others. The territory of the upper realm was vast and boundless, and there were countless mysterious and unknown places. Not to mention those who had achieved the Tao. Even those who had been in the immortal realm dared not say that they could explore all these unknown areas. Many people guessed that the inheritor of the demonic arts was hiding in those mysterious areas, or his true identity was the successor or disciple of some immortal sect, which was why he could hide his whereabouts and identity so secretly. After this incident, Gu Changa's prestige went up another level. Previously, even when he was framed and suspected of being the inheritor of the demonic technique and was imprisoned, he did not care at all. Instead, he appeared in the Inju Tian to seek a solution for the people of the upper realm. Such an act of not complaining about hard work and repaying evil with kindness really made many cultivators feel admiration and gratitude. Some even began to worship him. In some areas, voices began to spread, saying that they hoped that Gu Changa could change the way the imperishable orthodoxies of the upper realm looked down on everything indifferently and disregarded the common people. After all, even hell was destroyed because of Gu Changa. If he was willing to stand up at this time and hold up the banner of justice in the upper realm, there would definitely be countless cultivators standing up to support him. This scene even more so made Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and many other powers feel uneasy, having a premonition that something bad was going to happen. Quite a few old ancestors who achieved the Tao got closer, starting to discuss a few major matters, as if they were plotting something deeply. The upper realm, which had become turbulent because of the sudden outbreak of the Inju Tian, now gave people a palpitating and terrifying atmosphere of an impending storm. The upper realm, which had been peaceful for a long time, was about to welcome a drastic change, not as simple as the immortal war and the immortal tribulation. At this time, Gu Changa suddenly threw out a piece of news that shocked all cultivators and even all orthodoxies. This time, the outbreak of the Inju Tian disaster. He had a way to solve it. Once this news was spread, it was like pouring boiling water into boiling oil. The momentum and impact it caused was simply unimaginable. Everything was as Gu Changa had predicted before. This news was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, stirring up stormy waves. No matter who it was, they felt that it was unbelievable and could not believe it. Solve the Inju Tian disaster? After all, if it could be solved just like that, this matter would not have troubled the upper realm for so many years, even to the point of establishing a true immortal academy with the intention of cultivating a true immortal. Could it be that Gu Changa already had the means of an immortal now? When many people first heard this news, this thought flashed through their minds, and they felt horrified and their scalps numb. If not, how could Gu Changa say this with such certainty? However, how did Gu Changa do it? How could he have the means of an immortal when the environment did not allow for it? Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and other orthodoxies also felt deeply uneasy. In the current environment, the power of an immortal meant that he was invincible, able to sweep through the entire upper realm. Even if they used all their resources, it would be difficult for them to contend against him. Just as the entire upper realm was in an uproar because of this news, another piece of news was quickly announced by Gu Changa. The legendary existence of the immortal ancient era, the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation, had not fallen and was still in the world now. He had a way to solve the Inju Tian disaster this time. When this news spread, it was simply another wave that was stirred up at the heart of the storm, shocking everyone to the extreme. At this time, many people also realized that Gu Changa was originally the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation. In other words, his master was still in the world, from the immortal ancient era to the present, living for a long time. In terms of cultivation, in the immortal ancient era, the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation was an existence that surpassed the mortal realm, and it was impossible to guess. Many of his rumors and deeds were still circulating in the upper realm even now. How could such a walking epic fossil still be alive? If Gu Changa was not lying, then the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation was definitely the only key to solving the Inju Tian disaster this time. After thinking through this point, the entire upper realm became excited. From ordinary cultivators to ancient existences, they were all paying attention to this matter, wanting to know if it was true or false. At this juncture, Gu Changa did not need to lie to everyone, so his news was most likely true. Ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation, how could he live for so long? Could it be that he studied the mysteries of reincarnation and comprehended the power of time? The power of time is really coveted. No matter how powerful the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation was in the past, he has to abide by the rules of the present world in the present. In the deepest parts of the clans of many imperishable orthodoxies, there was a terrifying power that was hibernating. It soared into the sky like a vast ocean, penetrating the surrounding star domains and alarming countless creatures. There's no need to think too much to know what kind of person our master is. There will definitely be people coming to visit him now. As the saying goes, who doesn't know the master in the world? With the prestige our master left behind, even now, it has a profound and inextinguishable influence. We just need to sit and wait for the imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects to come and visit. After parting with Jiang Chuchu, Gu Changa had already returned to the longevity Gu family. On the way, he spread the news that shook the entire upper realm without informing the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation in advance. Now that he saw the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation's somewhat ugly expression, he could not help but smile faintly as if he was explaining. Chapter 733. The reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate had not expected Gu Changa to be so shameless as to expose his existence without asking for his opinion. Of course, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate had long expected such a day to come. However, he did not want to be so passive as to be Gu Changa's tool. Before this, why didn't you tell me first? However, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was not an ordinary person. He did not show his emotions. Even though his heart was extremely gloomy, his face quickly recovered and he asked with a kind smile, I thought that this matter would affect the situation of the entire upper realm. Master's traces would be revealed sooner or later, so I wanted to announce it earlier. Gu Changa also replied with a smile. He naturally knew that the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was definitely very unhappy. However, in the territory of the longevity Gu clan, he had no choice but to swallow his grievances. Moreover, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate must have studied and comprehended the mysterious runes from the 3 origin ancestral artifacts of the Een extreme sky. Then, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate must have noticed his little tricks. In this way, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate would definitely want to know what secrets he was hiding and take them for himself. Therefore, even though the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was very dissatisfied, he could only swallow his anger and pretend that nothing had happened. From the beginning, Gu Changa had deliberately left obvious flaws in those runes. He had already been scheming against the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. Gu Changa had also lured the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate into the longevity Gu family so that he would not dare to act rashly or have any covetous thoughts. This was also part of his plan. The reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate would feel that he was afraid of his strength and foundation, so he used the family's power to deter him. In this way, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate would definitely underestimate him and have thoughts of making a move against him. Then, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate would want to lead him away from the family and even to an ancient universe that deviated from the upper realm. I'm really gratified that my disciple is so considerate of me. Hearing Gu Changa's explanation, the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and spoke in a gratified tone. Only he himself knew how much he wanted to slap Gu Changa, his cheap disciple, to death. He, reincarnation ancient heavenly deity, had shaken the higher realms for many great eras. An immortal, ancient great era. He was even more so a well-known giant, no one fearful or reverent. Since when had he fallen to the point where he was being schemed against and used as a tool? At the moment, ancient heavenly venerate Samsara could only tell himself to endure. A little impatience spoils great plans. He was very interested in Gu Changa's many secrets. It's great that Shurzuan can understand this disciple's good intentions. Gu Changa smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I'll pass down the order. 7 days later at the Divine City, the revered master will appear there. At that time he will discuss with the various orthodoxies of the upper realm to resolve the issue of the Een Sky disaster." Hearing this, Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Sovereign's expression froze again. He did not expect Gu Changa to have already arranged everything. He really did not have the leeway to refuse. Soon, all kinds of news about Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Sovereign spread. Under Gu Changa's intentional arrangement, the news spread quickly as if it had grown wings. 7 days later, Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Sovereign would appear in the Divine City to discuss the issue of the Een Sky disaster with various orthodoxies. This caused a huge commotion. It was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea. Many cultivators who doubted Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Sovereign's survival widened their eyes immediately and planned to go to the Divine City to find out. The entire upper realm was stirred up by this news. The Great Void Divine Clan, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, the Wushuang Celestial Dynasty, the reclusive, tranquil tribe. Too many orthodoxies were moved. They sent their ancestral patriarchs and even their foundation figures, either tearing the universe apart or riding on realm-breaking ancient warships to the Divine City to meet this legendary figure of the immortal ancient great era. In terms of seniority, Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Sovereign was even older than the human ancestor of the human ancestor hull. Only those who knew what Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Sovereign represented would understand the news that he was still alive. The upper realm was in turmoil. Every day, divine rainbows could be seen sweeping across the sky, rushing to the Divine City. In addition to the older generation, the younger generation was also very interested in this matter. Even if they knew that the inheritor of the demonic art was very likely to be hiding in the dark and could become his target, they were not afraid. The Divine City was majestic, like a celestial land that had fallen into the mortal world. It was shrouded in brilliant light and light. There were many islands and celestial mountains inside, and silver waterfalls fell. They were scattered like stars in the sky, like an ancient small world. Countless palaces and pavilions were located inside. Just the city gate alone was like a pillar that could support the 4 poles of the universe, exuding a vast and desolate aura. In the upper realm, there were not many ancient cities that could be called Divine City. Once, after the red-clothed female devil was born in the demon burial abyss, Gu Changa had joined forces with other powerhouses to kill her in a certain divine city that she had to pass through. Later on, that divine city was almost destroyed in that great battle. Large areas of the city walls collapsed and turned into ruins. Countless ruins collapsed and were forever obliterated. Today's divine city was different from that divine city, but there were also endless runes engraved on the city walls. Divine light was brilliant. Even in the daytime, it was dazzling as if it was standing in the depths of this universe. There were world-suppressing weapons floating in the city, and millions of rays of brilliance fell down. The aura was terrifying and intimidating. No one dared to act rashly except for those who had attained the Tao. These days, the city gates were wide open. Many ancient warships, flying boats, and dragon carriages descended. Almost all the famous figures in the upper realm had rushed over. Many cultivators were shocked to find that some of the sect leaders of the imperishable sects were carefully accompanying some white-haired old men with turbid eyes. Their attitudes were extremely respectful. This discovery frightened and shocked them. They found that the cultivation of those old men could only be described as unfathomable and unimaginable. Even those who had attained the Tao were slightly inferior. I didn't expect that the hidden figures of the imperishable sex would gradually appear in the world. These might all be remnant immortals or people who are close to that realm. Countless cultivators in the divine city were shocked, and their hearts were set off by the news. After the news that the reincarnation ancient lord was about to appear in the world spread, no one could continue to sit still. Boom! The void trembled. A huge ancient warship crushed through the sky, and the two words Great Void were very obvious on its fluttering flag. Finally, it landed in the depths of the divine city. The powerhouses of the Great Void divine clan had also arrived. A golden-haired woman with a slender and graceful figure and a noble aura stood on top of it. She had a peerlessly beautiful appearance, and her eyes seemed like two blazing golden suns that emitted a fierce and terrifying aura. All cultivators that met her gaze would lower their heads deeply in fear. The princess of the Great Void divine clan, Jiang Luotian, had a deep relationship with Gu Chang'e in the Great Void divine tomb. Later, she was taken captive by Gu Chang'e and brought to the demon realm, where they spent some time together. Although she hadn't appeared in the upper realm for a long time, many cultivators hadn't forgotten her. After all, this was the extraordinary woman who had dared to scold Gu Chang'e, although she seemed to have been bullied and taught a lesson by Gu Chang'e later on. However, this didn't affect her peerless beauty in the eyes of others. Her golden hair was soft, and there seemed to be a layer of golden light flowing around it. Her perfect face, which seemed to be carved from marble, was filled with arrogance and nobility that looked down on everything. This time her appearance in the divine city surprised many cultivators, especially the younger generation. However, the older generation didn't care. What they cared about was the blonde old woman beside Jiang Luotian. The old woman had a hunched back and coughed from time to time. In her hand, she was holding a withered tree trunk of an unknown tree. Although her face was kind, there was a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if she wasn't an ordinary old woman, but a ferocious beast with monstrous vitality that could split the sky with a raise of its palm. Jiang Luotian carefully supported her as they walked into the divine city, followed by many powerhouses of the Great Void divine clan. This scene attracted many people's attention, and they were all guessing the identity of the blonde old woman. On the contrary, the expressions of some of the older generation beings who had some knowledge of ancient secrets changed as they suddenly drew a sharp intake of breath. They murmured in disbelief, "Could it be that person from the Great Void divine clan?" In the next few days, the Wushuang celestial dynasty, Great Yu celestial dynasty, and other undying celestial dynasties also showed up. Although the current empress of the Wushuang celestial dynasty, Yu Mingkong, didn't show up, they still sent people with enough influence